Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, citizens of the universe, agents of peace. I'm Mark Anderson. I'm delighted to be your host today. It's January 29th, 2023, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. We're becoming a little flabbergasted by the knowledge that's being revealed by Mr. Keshe, and now we understand why he has to go step by step by step. I think if he gave it to us all at once, we couldn't handle it. And that's the way the Keshe Foundation works. It's through a process. It's through reaching one level of understanding to go to the next. Even with the cosmic rays, as I understand it, once we understand the cosmic rays, universal rays, we can go to the next step. And apparently this ladder has millions of steps in it. And of course, as we've said, Mr. Keshe said, the knowledge of the creation is endless. And we're just coming out of the nursery. We're sort of still in the nursery, but he did give us some beautiful compliments that we know more about this knowledge of creation and the creator than the theologians or professors at universities or many of the others who we deem as so-called experts in their field. And of course, compared to the knowledge of the universe, man has hardly reached 1 grain of sand in the knowledge. But we realize, and we should be humble, this is one of the ways to absorb the knowledge, how much knowledge there is. Again, it's endless, so we can hardly comprehend it. Even at the level of the creator, there's levels above the creator. So it's a very beautiful, and the way he's delivering is just so tender, but yet so thorough. As he said, it's never been delivered this way anywhere in the universe. And of course, the ones in the UFOs, apparently they haven't gotten a clue to what is happening to mankind. Well, I guess they're observing and it's being recorded, but this is a really phenomenal time for this planet. This has never happened in the universe as well. Even elevating souls of prophets hasn't been done before, or maybe wasn't allowed before. But now we're finding out that we can even affect the souls of the physicality of the prophets. Their souls are perfect, just like your soul is perfect. But it's this soul of physicality which seems to bring in the misfunction in our lives. So if you're looking why things aren't going exactly the correct way, perhaps it's the soul of physicality that needs the elevation. And once this happens, once we can put the lion and the lamb together in the same nest, we'll have some ability to travel. But of course, we need to be taught how to travel in the universe. As Mr. Keshe said, we can't put a reactor on your back. You have to be taught how to give and take. And so one of the main emphasis of this workshop, the 469 Knowledge Seekers workshop, is an invitation to dine with the Creator, to dine with your soul, to dine with your spirit. And in this process, many things are going on in the background we're not aware of, but also the systems are continued to be perfected and added onto. So it's a beautiful process. The process is going to continue throughout 2023. And again, this is the time that we start interacting in a certain way with the universe more and more. I think we'll let Mr. Keshe explain some of these things, but there's new products coming out. We see offerings in the store for the new enhanced pain pad. We see the offer of the compact plasma unit, which I think it's more than just energy reduction. He's talking about 30 to 80%. It may grow up to 80%, but there's way more to it as it connects with the head unit. And in part of this workshop, he said it's part of this expansion of the soul into the head unit, from the head unit into the tabletop unit, and from the tabletop unit into the universe. And as the soul starts to work with these systems that the team in Linz has made, it will incorporate this knowledge, as I understand it, into itself. That it, in time, you won't need the systems, you won't need the head unit, you won't need the tabletop unit, and so on. The soul will actually incorporate this understanding into itself. So we're in some really beautiful times. Elevation, of course, is the key. We'll be doing that today in the Dome of Peace as we continue to create this. And of course, we're going to continue to elevate the soul physicality of the prophets. This is not a one-time affair. Even with me, I've seen that picture of Moses that I had saw on the 20th of January. It's flashed in my mind a number of times, and it's almost like Moses would like more of that. I didn't see Christ and I didn't see Muhammad, but I elevated all of them equally as I could to my ability that I understand this knowledge. But this is a continuing process. So I think we can add this into the Dome of Peace as well, because the soul physicality of the prophets, once elevated, will communicate to the religious leaders. And as we know, Moses is connected to the Christianity in a big way. So it won't only affect the tribe of Moses, it will affect the Christian areas as well, like Europe, like UK, and like the United States. So it's just a fantastic amount of knowledge. We're just going to play a few clips, encourage you all to tap into this knowledge by reviewing it, but the full totality, I think, will start to come as we tap into these knowledge fields or these knowledge libraries of the universe. Apparently, there are no books in the universe, but there is much knowledge available on a field level for you to take part in. And Mr. Keshe is going to help us to understand how to tap into these knowledge centers. We think we need the telegrams and the blackboards to enhance ourselves, which helps. But I think once we flow into this or receive this pure knowledge, we'll have a real great understanding and be able to teach it quite thoroughly. And perhaps even in a position like Mr. Keshe's, where I don't know, he downloads information or he's tapped into it during these workshops. That's why he doesn't want anyone's microphone open, or we don't even have microphones anymore in these workshops, because there's a flow of knowledge that's being transmitted. He's almost like, I would say, a satellite in so many ways. And of course, he's done this for millions of years across the universe, and we're just seeing him in this time and position and his manifestation on this planet at this point in time. So much to learn, but it's freely available for anyone to tap into. And I think in the future, we may even be showing the ones in the UFO how to do some of the things that we're purported to be doing at this time. Of course, the transmutation is happening as well. There are new head units. So the foundation is moving in multiple directions simultaneously, just the way we see the sun giving off rays in all directions. The foundation is interacting with doctors. As we heard, there's an offer on the table right now for anyone with any sort of condition to be processed or balanced, excluding cancer and coma situation. So you can contact the Keshe Foundation team, and you can apply to be part of this. And again, it's only $5,000 to be processed or to get relief from some of those conditions, or to have those conditions balanced out. They're going into compact plasma units as well. As we said, 30 to 80%, but I think there's more to it. And he indicated that in the workshop, the elevation of the soul into the head unit, connecting to the table unit, connecting to the universe. And once this is understood, or your ability is enhanced to do this, then perhaps we'll start interacting with some of the universal citizens in a more way, perhaps, he said, even in the physicality. I know there's some glasses being developed. He said he shouldn't have let that out, but he did. The pain pads and so on. There's also anyone with a knee or a cartilage problem. Apparently, Mr. Keshe said he had to develop this product himself, and he used it and found great success. And so anyone with a cartilage and knee condition can obtain the product in the store of the Keshe Foundation. So many beautiful things happening, and I can only see them expanding further and further as we go on. And thank goodness it wasn't a very cold winter. I don't know, how cold was it in Europe? Is it normal temperatures, or are they also experiencing a rather warmer period? Anyone like to report that? I know here we really haven't had any snow, and it's the end of January. Randy from Canada said they only had a couple storms, so his weather is probably a little bit warmer. He said he hasn't even put on his winter boots. So perhaps somehow we got some relief. I know Mr. Keshe said it was going to be quite devastating this winter without the fuel. Jacko, you have your mic open. Perhaps you'd like to give us a general weather report from Sweden, Switzerland, Northern Europe. Feel free.
Hi, Mark. Hello, everyone. Yes, it is the same here. It is too warm for the normal temperatures, and they are even happy that they have enough snow that they can open the slopes for skiing.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
So but, maybe something happened with the universal community or something along this line to beyond our understanding to prevent such a dire winter where people could have froze to death in their homes.
But I also saw on the news that in China they have the most deepest temperatures ever. 55 degrees minus was there. So yeah, maybe it changed position.
I think John brought that to our attention last week, that he was reading something.
Yes, about 10 days ago. Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate on that? That was a cold spot.
Yeah, well, no, it was about half of China.
Oh, okay.
There was a map. It covered about half of the land of China's land. And I saw a video or a picture, I think it was yesterday, somebody dug a hole in snow. It was 11 meters deep.
Crazy.
Wow. And of course, that's what maybe somebody's pushing certain weather patterns around the planet. We don't know. I know we have treaties about weather warfare, not to cause a volcano or create tidal waves. We had that. It was called the Noah's Ark Treaty. So they could be playing with the weather, or maybe there's been an intervention again to save a huge population. But that's what happens in the glaciation. It just continues to snow for weeks and months and months and months. And this is just a normal cycle of the planet, where you have 100,000-year glaciation and then about a 20,000-year interglacial period. And that's why you see so many of these cities out in the middle of the ocean or a mile or two offshore, because when that glaciation happens, it pulls up the water from the oceans, and then, of course, the shoreline recedes for 100,000-year period on average. So, yes, this is a normal cycle. And I know Mr. Keshe said we are getting closer to the center of the galaxy, and of course, it's getting warmer. So, but it's not due to the CO2 as we understand it. But thank you for that report. Gail?
Yes, I was going to add our usual complaint. We're having extremely unusual hot sunshine, and usually it's much more moderate. And then, for example, today we've got some rain and it's actually cool. So the majority of the time it's an unusual hot, when you're walking down the road to catch a taxi. So it's almost like we're producing a lot of heat. And then when the cool day comes, it's like, oh, we're going to send it to somewhere else, where they need it. I don't know. It's just a bit unusual, and maybe we're supposed to be hopping back and forth, back and forth.
11 meters of snow is a pretty tall order.
Where is in China, there's a lot of mountainous regions. Is the cold in the mountains or down by the ocean?
No, it's a central China where Gobi Desert, I think it's called, isn't it?
Okay,
Which is a big desert zone in China.
And is there a large population there?
You got Chinese all over the place. You got 1,600 million Chinese everywhere.
Yeah,
Well,
but sometimes the desert itself,
Well, they're planting seedlings, small plants in the desert, and they're calming it down. They're doing a very good job there.
Randy, did you want to add something?
yes, it snowed in Tokyo yesterday. They rarely get snow at all in Tokyo.
Yeah,
Brought everything to a halt.
Perhaps weather could be manipulated, although we're not doing it from the Keshe Foundation. But what Mr. Keshe said at one point in time was that these things have always happened on this planet, these sort of anomalies and things, but we never had the communication system. So we would have never known if it was 52 below in China, or it didn't snow in Canada, or whatever happened in South Africa. It's only because we have this advanced communication system that we're able to, but the planet has been doing these sorts of things. That's part of its process. We just couldn't communicate it.
I just wanted to mention that snow is a blanket. It actually can create warmth. Of course, if you're not in an igloo, maybe you're not going to get the benefit. But generally speaking, the snow can act like a blanket for the earth and create some sort of warmth there.
Okay, well, here as well, I'm seeing no snow. I'm seeing the lawn, the roads. We've had a few flurries a couple times, but that was it, and it might have been for an hour. So highly unusual weather, I would say. But maybe not so unusual if we look into the history. We've only been here 50 or 100 years, most of us, and we haven't seen much. Well, thank you for that input. So normally at this point in time, we were going to read the World Peace Treaty. And of course, this is one of the goals of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, achieving world peace is not the end all. That's just the beginning of our new voyages into the universe. So the World Peace Treaty is being offered by the Keshe Foundation. It's been offered for a long time. I think all the knowledge seekers have signed it, but this is to get peace inside ourselves and also manifested across this planet as we move into the one planet nation, or the one race planet, let's say. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And again, this is not for you to sign and return to the Keshe Foundation unless they request it from you, but this is between you and your soul. So it's not something you sign and mail in, and now I sign the World Peace Treaty. No, it's a contract in a way, or an agreement in a way, to move away from killing, eating, war, and so on. It doesn't say that in here so much about eating, but we know that's intimately tied into our killing practices on this planet. In this workshop, Mr. Keshe said, because we were so lazy, we didn't want to discover energies in other parts, or other energies we could tap into. We were hungry, we killed the cow. We were cold, we killed the tree, and we burned it. And that, again, to most people, myself included, didn't seem to be offensive at all, because that's what they're there for, right? Wrong. So we're learning a lot about the souls, about creation, the creator, and about our abuses on this planet, which apparently the entire universe is very well aware of. And it's all been recorded, and at some time, I guess it'll be, I don't know if it'll be played back or, but it is passed around in the universal community. So when they come here, they're fully aware of the dangers that could happen on this planet. And maybe that's why some of them don't come here. They'd rather avoid any sort of roughness, let's say, as Christ did. He was not a rough person at all. He was a real lover, as they say. So the World Peace Treaty, you can print this out. You can display it. It's on the Keshe Foundation website. And this is the agreement that the religious leaders, you would think they would all sign it, right? We're talking about peace. The world leaders as well, they're sort of rambunctious children, or Alex likes to say a type of hooligan, I guess. But we're going to elevate them as well. And that's the whole secret. We're not punishing and putting in jail. Or I hear so many people that are so angry these days about what has happened to them, that they trusted the recommendations, that they want to see people in jail. They want to see people killed in retribution for the killing that has occurred. But this is not the way of the universe. The way of the universe is the elevation of the soul. And when the soul is elevated, it will start to show its beauty. So this is our World Peace Treaty. And again, if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create that position of change. And that's what we're doing as well with the prophets, as we give to their soul of physicality. And again, it's a process that will continue as we releasing the Gans waters for years. This process, hopefully, of the prophets will not take years, but again, it's a continuation of a very similar process of creating the peace dome. Now we're creating the peace dome across the universe. Would anyone like to read this? Even if your English isn't perfect. Okay, the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war, we, shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we, all agree and swear with our or my, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or body or bodies and souls. Simply put your name there, your signature, date, position, on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual, and have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos, the fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So it's a very simple document. I asked Mr. Keshe if this was the exact document the world leaders would sign, and he said, yes, it is. So the religious leaders will sign this. I'm very surprised that they're not there yet, but maybe I'm not surprised based on the teachings and the understanding of Mr. Keshe. So any comments on this? This is the way we sort of begin in a way. And even if you don't believe there could be peace, but it's your wish to see peace, sign the treaty or sign it with the soul of the pen in your soul, let's say, because we won't find anything written in the universe. So you don't have to physically sign this, but make an affirmation between you and your soul that this is what you'd like to see on this planet. And it's not only for mankind, it goes to the plants and to the animals and the fish in the sea and right across the universe, even though, as we understand, the universe is a very peaceful place, like a solar system. But of course, there's many imbalances probably in the universe, as even our own sun. In trying to stay in balance, it moves millions of miles in different directions to keep the and it has massive eruptions on its surface, as opposed to a solar system, which is, for the most part, rather peaceful. So we're trying to bring the creation, and this is what's on the table now. Maybe there's many other planets on the table by other universal messengers like Mr. Keshe, working in the same sort of vein to bring peace to their region or their area of the universe. There's new planets, there's new civilizations being created every day. Some of them are just learning how to hunt. Some of them are just discovering fire for the first time and using fire. So there's many stages of development, but it's a continuous creation in the universe. So I think there'll always be a place or a need, perhaps, maybe under the new creation or this new soul, that all the created beings, as Mr. Keshe said in Lisa's A New Tomorrow video, will be having the knowledge and the ability to move between the two states of energy in the universe or the matter state of Mitra. So please download it, print it out, sign it, display it, because you may encourage other people just with your field strength of displaying this. It may give someone, yeah, I've been thinking about that, but my monkey brain keeps telling me it'll never be possible. In the last 3,000 years, we've had 5,000 wars on this planet. How could it change? Well, it changes through the elevation of the soul of the man. And this is what the foundation is endeavoring to elevate all of us. And all of the systems Mr. Keshe creates are soul elevating systems. So that's our World Peace Treaty. And of course, there are some new offerings in the store. For some reason, I see this new offering here for the compact plasma unit, but I'm not seeing the flight with the, let me just check again, under the new release. I didn't see anything for the February 19th session about dining with the creator. I think I saw this one is still up, and this is the December 16th one. This is the tabletop unit Mr. Keshe will be talking about. You'll hear him speak about it. And again, we're looking for energy, so he provided it for us. And of course, the next development in the plasma enhancement, I believe, will be the standalone generator. This one is actually plugged in, so you do need to be connected to the grid, I believe, for this. You need power for this to work and to provide the savings. But this unit is connected to the head unit, and they work together. So if this unit is being offered for €2,000, probably plus value-added tax and shipping, there's a cosmic ray communication bundle, which is being offered. And again, these will be used quite extensively, I believe, in the future. You may be able to tap in at any point here or in the universe to your tabletop unit, which again is connected to LINS. We thought we were going to see many of these universal body enhancement spaceship units across this planet. Mr. Keshe had said repeatedly, we're going to build wellness centers here and there. But because of some constraints, apparently, shipping, getting licensing and other people intercepting the units, we're just going to connect with one unit in LINS. And I think it's been demonstrated this last week about the communication between the laboratory and LINS, where there was no wires. It was just done wirelessly, but not in the matter state, in the plasmatic the plasmatic gravitational magnetic fields. So there were no matter states involved, and I think he's shown the team and himself as well. Again, I think he's done many of these things repeatedly over the course of millions of years on different planets. Of course, I don't know. So this is just again, he's falling off the log the millionth time. I don't know how many civilizations have been brought into space through the work of this universal messenger we call Mr. Keshe.
Mark,
Yes.
the dining with the creator it looks like the old product. The last session we had, it's just the option below where you can, because you said you have not found it.
I
so
didn't.
wanted
I
to
just
help you.
clicked on it. I thought it was the same one, but here it is. It's on Sunday. Same day as this program, but it's at noon. So for me, it'd be about 6 in the morning. And again, we always key off this Central European time. But you can register for this in Dining with the Creator, where we start to teach you how to feed yourself. This is one of the things, but it's available. So it's being offered. And again, it's part of the development process of yourself, but again, developing the systems in Linz and perfecting these systems. Thank you, Joseph. Is there more you wanted to add?
Not this time, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And of course, this is a round table. No one's higher and no one's lower. Feel free to make any sort of reasonable comment you want. We're not going to take any criticism or anything like that, or against anyone else. But if you have anything to offer, please feel free. You may hold a key, and you don't think you do, but you may have a key to some of the other knowledge seekers. As Mr. Keshe said, and I had put in there, we learn from each other. There are no leaders. We lead each other. So this is a round table. All souls are equal. No one's above anyone else. And he's been stressing humility and this understanding that we're all equal, even equal to the Creator. And of course, we've always been told we're much lower than the Creator, that we need to be saved and so on and so forth in many of the religions. But again, now we have a much clearer and understanding of the way the universe really works, and the Creator's in us, and it's in everything you can see and even things you can't see. This is why everything is connected, because the Creator is in all of it. And he indicated that on the 16th of December afterwards. Of course, he said that's why it was so easy for me to bring you to the Creator, because there's a little piece of me in each one of you. And so it was very easy to attract you to dine with the Creator. So this is the next conference that'll be offered by the foundation. Sunday lunch with the Creator. But let's hear Mr. Keshe. He has a beautiful way of describing it, as he's had a lot of experience across the universe, dealing with many different levels of creation, I would say. It's just an immense amount of knowledge he carries with him. But anyway, let's go to the workshop. All of this can be found on the Keshe Foundation store and more. And of course, that enhanced pain pad is also offered here. Again, we can go back to the main page. And here is the head unit. I don't know if this is the exact what you would be receiving, or if this is something similar to what is being offered. But this is the way we're proceeding now. And again, expansion of the soul into the head unit, connected to the tabletop unit, connected to the universe. The soul picks up this knowledge, this understanding, and incorporates it into itself, to the point where at some point in the future, you will not need a tabletop unit and you will not need a head unit to make these connections. Even with the energy, he said, you'll be generating energy within yourself and then releasing it into the environment. So again, beautiful understandings. We're not there yet. Mr. Keshe understands it forward and backward, even though the team is working on it. I'm pretty sure he's making the suggestions, and they're just following direction. And then they discover some things, and they're becoming more enlightened as well, even past the understanding of the knowledge seekers in general. So let's go to, we're going to play, as we always do, a number of clips from Mr. Keshe here. The longest one will be after the break, and where he really goes into a little bit more understanding. There's a couple other clips I want to play. We'll see if we have time. Ruthie asked, they were all beautiful questions and the teaching, but we just can't fit it all in. So we're just taking some selected clips. Encourage you all to go back and review. And we know it's a tremendous amount of knowledge, but you take from this knowledge what your intellect allows, as I understand it, even though this is beyond the monkey brain. Anyone want to add anything? Okay, so let's spend 10 minutes here and then we'll move around a little bit in the workshop. Again, could have taken any one of these segments and played it here for us to, again, understand more or have an exchange about, but these are the ones that I thought we'd share today.
With the test we've done now with your material, the policy has changed. Anything moved from one room to another has to be registered. We didn't know, we couldn't understand how easily nuclear materials can be produced at will. And you have understood and you've created, but we don't understand how you do it. And I explained to them the knowledge, understanding of the process of creation is in stages. You start from the law, if you live in the atmospheric condition like Earth, or you start from high, break down to law, if you come from cosmos. And the material provided was essence of creation, essence of life, what we call cosmic rays, what we call interaction of the process of the fields of the universe. In the past couple of months, 2 or 3 months, I brought those cups to you in a different shape or form. And it was like a movie, watching you as knowledge seekers, how you watch this movie. If you watch some of the movies, they show you the end at the beginning, and then they show you the movie. And then you chase to see what happened at the end, which what you saw, how did you get to the end? We did that with you. The Christmas present was the beginning of that movie. 100 of you, maybe 150, 60 of you came in, and in a very simple way, we showed you the end, when you all interacted with the soul of the Creator. And we showed you physically. But at the beginning was just you as humans, souls of humans, coming into the movie theater, not knowing what you're going to get. A lot of you came with different expectation, but you never considered possibilities of that. You also come in interaction with the soul of the Creator. So I showed you the end of the movie and the beginning of the movie. This is where you're going. This is where the soul of the man will meet the soul of the Creator. And you are just happily going around. And we started the second session, which was the 20th last week. This is preparing you to be ready to take that journey into the path, into understanding, into interaction with your Creator, which is was the end of the movie, showing in the beginning. We showed you in the first session what is going to come. But now we're showing you the way. Last week, 160, 70 of you came in. We see massive interactions with a lot of you. Some of you went through a dimensional change and understood. Some of you felt very much deeper, in a deeper way, the understanding of what is the soul of the man, interaction with soul of man. Last Friday, 20th, was the first step of the movie. And that was to show how you interact how you bring your soul out. You cannot start this journey if you're still encapsulated, imprisoned inside the physicality of the man. The session of last week was to show how you can expand your soul to touch the soul of physicality and embed it. This is why in that session we told you, you see flash of light. If you feel that flash is when the soul of the man touches the soul of physicality of the man. And the second flash is when your soul interacts with the soul of the cosmos, the soul of the creator. And then to see and for you to understand that you pass and you interact with your soul of physicality, we ask you to interact with the soul of the prophet and elevate, because you elevate at that point with the soul, what we call the spirit of the prophet. Their soul is perfect, like your soul. Your soul is perfect. It's the soul of physicality which brings all the misfunctioning of the physicality. And then, as you were there, we ask you to the next step and how you interacted. So you started the journey to meet, to live, to understand the new cycle. But in this journey, plasmas give, plasmas take, and you need to be able to give what you don't need and take what you need to elevate your soul to the next step. You need to feed it. In the physical body, you eat food to sustain, to grow, and to mature, to understand more, to live a life. It's the same in the world of the creation of the soul. It needs to give and it needs to take to be able to survive and know what it takes that it evolves to the next one. This is why we have called in the 19th of February, what do you call it, dining with the Creator. Which means you learn how to feed yourself. How to feed the world of physicality, how to feed the soul, and how to feed the spirit that holds on to the soul. You cannot travel the span of universe if you're a soul alone. You have a purpose. So inside you, what you created as a spirit becomes the inner core. Does not need the physicality. It's you who decides at what point the soul interacts with its environment that allows the soul of physicality to create the physical condition. So when you travel the span of the universe in the dimension of the plasma, you travel with this, what we call the spirit within the soul. But at a point, the interaction of the two creates the gravitational fields and dimension of the existence. Now we understand the process. So on the 19th of February, join us to dine with your Creator, dine with your soul, dine with your spirit, and in a way, dining is not to eat, to interact, to give and take what you need to survive this finite universe. I cannot make you a passenger of universe if I still have to hang a reactor behind you to feed you with it. You have to learn with it. You are not a school child with a backpack of food back in your rucksack. Mom put in there that when you get hungry during the school time, you can dip in. Now you understand the work of the creation. You give, you take. So we have started the journey. Those of you who came in, and many of you felt a lot. It was in a way for you to be able to expand your soul, to pass, to see, to come in interaction with your spirit. Some of you don't see a light because you.
So it sounds like you're getting access to eternal life. This is the way you play off the energy state against the physicality. And so this is part of the process. We thought we were going to gain eternal life through the churches and doing the right thing, which is nothing wrong with doing the right thing, obviously. But there's more to it. If the soul goes out in space without the knowledge, then it does go to its location, apparently, but this is and creates a star perhaps in billions of years or whatever. But this is the way we're gaining the access to eternal life. And as Mr. Keshe said, he's been here for thousands of years playing this same game, playing off the physicality and the energy dimension. So this is what we're being taught in these conferences. And as I said, it's also perfecting the systems and links. So we encourage everyone to, if they can, to register and sign up. I don't think I heard anyone who said they wouldn't like to do it again. Everyone seems to have a similar but unique experience as you experience the beauty of yourself, of your own creation, which we were totally unaware of. I thought we'd go to another clip. And again, nobody likes to really talk about money. But Mr. Keshe seems to be bringing it up here. And we'll just play a small clip here of how much it does cost for the foundation to operate. It's not free, and so on and so forth. So if you've received something from this knowledge, and that's what he's saying about the tabletop unit, if you find a savings, offer some of that back to the foundation as a gift, as a donation. And that gets put back into the foundation to generate new systems, new understandings that continually are shared. So let me just see if I have approximately the right spot here. I guess we'll try to start here. And again, Mr. Keshe has reached into his pocket for over 20 years, funding this foundation, all the Zooms, all the telegrams, all the payrolls, everything on himself. Even though you say, well, I only gave $5, that's fine. 1 month, he said, we only received €6 in donation. So whatever you can do, we would encourage you to do that. And of course, in giving, you will receive more, and you can never outgive the Creator. That's not the main purpose of it, but to expand the knowledge, expand the systems, and to show that you're involved a little bit more, and not just a taker, but you can also give. So if you do get a tabletop unit and you are experiencing savings, and you don't need a tabletop unit to make a donation, but some of those savings should go back to the foundation.
More expensive,
Mark,
even though the
I'm
magravs
sorry to
component.
disrupt you.
No,
I
you're not.
just-
It's a round table. You're fully well. Anyone can stop it at any time, make a comment, ask a question. We learn from each other. Go right ahead, Gail.
Oh, all right. Thank you. When I'm ordering something, let's say that I'm going to go to the 19th of February and I order, I have quite a hard time making sure that the donation, that it doesn't end up being a donation, even though you want it to be, because it's very difficult to make sure that your payments go through. So I'm just curious if when we listen to this, it'll help, or if anybody knows how we can make sure that we actually tag it as a donation, even though you are taking an item. Does that mean that you can donate by buying that item?
My understanding is they're all donations.
Okay, because it doesn't show as donation. It doesn't get ticked off, if you will, when I make that payment. And it's disturbing me because, you know, if you pay a lot, you want to make sure that it is
Right.
designated as a
I
donation.
think Mr. Keshe said that please send a copy of your order or your receipt to the foundation. Support
Yeah.
at Keshe Foundation.
I
And the
do.
other one is booking. So those are the two ways to confirm. And I know there is probably a new system being created and developed, which will be a little bit smoother, let's say, than what we've experienced up to this point. But yeah, the main point is
I
to
hope
show
so.
that you paid by providing them a copy.
Yes.
Anyone else have any experiences they'd like to share
Yeah.
in
Okay,
regards
that
to
part
the
was.
store?
Mhm.
Yes, hello, everyone.
Thank you.
One of the best ways to do it is, as was mentioned earlier just now, it's always good to contact customer support. But if you put in your order number, it'll contain the products and the services that you ordered. And that's the best way to do it. Because let's say you have an order and you put 5 items in the order. All the 5 items have different SKU numbers, right? So your order number that it gets generated when you buy something contains all of those items in the bundle. So the easiest way to do it is just put your order number and say that I have paid, and just give them the reference number of your payment, whichever way you did, whether it's PayPal or whether it's bank transfer or TransferWise. All you need is those 2 little things, the SKU number and also proof of payment, and you are done.
Thank you, Elias. Anyone else have any thoughts about this? And orders can get lost, can get misplaced, can get intercepted in the post, but I think most of the time they do go through. I know I've been waiting for some butterflies that I thought were shipped. Of course, that's the least expensive item in the store. And after a while, more than a year, I think, I've gotten an email, although I did mention it to them and they looked into it. I was just going to let it go. But I think they were a small and a medium butterfly I had ordered, and that's the least expensive, but the most priceless item perhaps in the entire store, Mr. Keshe. But the butterflies didn't fly away. They're actually been found, and they're being shipped to me via Austria. So thank you, the team over there. So these things do happen. And it happens with all companies, but I think the way it'll go in the future is more delivering things. You may need a table unit in the beginning or a head unit, but most of it, as he said, is going to be delivered plasmatically, like the feeding and in the disaster areas. I don't think everybody, the hundreds of thousands of people in a disaster area, are all going to have a headphone. They're just going to create the fields for feeding, for shelter, for medicine, and they'll be delivered plasmatically, the same as the water. So this is the way. And even he said, do we need Amazon? Because at some point, apparently, they will be delivered as the transmutation process and just appear at your front door. I know it sounds beyond our understanding. We're used to marine shipping and container ships and parcel post and delivery trucks and so on, but this is a way, once the transmutation, I think, is fully understood and completed, it may go from point of manufacture to your doorstep without any intermediaries. And of course, that word intermediary, none of us need an intermediary here or across the universe. Thank you, Gail, and thank you, Elias.
Are so simple. I am from Indonesia.
Yeah, this gentleman has been trying to get hold of magraphs to mass produce it for his own commercial use. And if it is, you make it, you decide to do it. We had this interaction with this gentleman. Give it to me. It's so expensive, I use it, and then I can commercialize it to my own benefit, to what I want to do, and to give to other people some of it. We understand that if it is, we're giving the knowledge to you, but the knowledge comes at the expenses. When we make the magraphs, would you like to pay thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of expenses Keshe Foundation go through every day? No. How many of you been on this knowledge seekers teachings for past 10 years? How many of you will come to centers How many of you have used the technology, the ganses or whatever, and put anything back into the foundation? We saw the Italians, they came to steal and they stole, but what they stole, there was a crumbs, go nowhere. Every day, even during a, we can give you the cost per hour for Keshe Foundation. Which one of you pays for it? And when we ask for a support, oh, they can do it. Don't make gold, get something else done, whatever. No. This, just to keep this program going, even though a lot of volunteers help back in the back, they get supported by the others and themselves. It costs the foundation thousands every month. Just to keep the internet structure of the Keshe Foundation going, it costs about 25,000 a month. Which one of you help? Which one of you send us 25,000? This is just the structure of the internet, back support and all the expenses of it. We pay thousands every month just for servers. We don't own it. All the backup, Microsoft, Google, God knows, Amazon. The bills come up. You don't pay 1 month, you don't have services. You pay through the cost of the maglabs to keep the structure going. The DIN center costs tens of thousands every month. How much do you pay? Have any of you come and say 200,000, 100,000, I pay for 1 month expense of the foundation? No. You complain when we cover our expenses in things. You are thieves, not us. We produce, we operate you like it, you pay it, it allows us to run. You are thieves by nature, and you ask the question why it's so expensive. Because you're used to stealing in your habit. Just come and see, we pay hundreds of thousands every month just to keep the Keshe Foundation going all around the world. And I've done it for 20 years. And we saw it. We asked the help from you. Some of you helped. We lost through fraud. Some of you came back. Doesn't matter, you made a mistake. We want our money back. We pay, we'll find, we develop. We are a structured dynamic, but we've seen it. When we can come and put something and take more when is the problem is yours. We are men, we are not ladies like you, Craig. Divine solution. Then you know why it's expensive. We gave it to you, make it yourself. You don't need us. How many of you made a maglabs and you say it doesn't work? We sell the new units, the compact units, the energy unit, plasma energy unit. We guarantee 30% minimum. If it doesn't, send it back to us. We come and sit with you and watch. If you get 80%, pay back some of it. No, there's benefit in my pocket. As a knowledge seeker told me in Italy, when we were walking for dinner, he said, we became a universal council to get people to buy our products. We have no interest in Keshe Foundation. Any other question?
Okay, that was just a soft reminder in a way of who's been paying and who we'd like to see more people contributing, even in a small way. When you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of people putting in a few dollars here and there. And again, if you've saved off the energy unit, it would seem to be your obligation. I know the fella in China who was working with the Cup of Life. Apparently, he had made lots and lots of money off of this, but he didn't return it to the foundation, and I believe he ended up locked up in China for probably some other reasons or some fraud or something along that line. So it's just a soft reminder that this doesn't run on air at this point, and it needs to be funded. So whatever you can do, if you found a savings, or let's say you were going to the chiropractor for something, and now because you used some of the GANs, you found a relief condition or something along that line, share some of that savings that you've experienced with the foundation. It means a lot. I don't think it's the amount that is, so, although he did mention 25,000 or 100,000, which would break most of us even past the breaking point. But if you've experienced the savings, or if you've seen other people, just take a few dollars and find a way to get it to the foundation. I think it means a lot to the team. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you donate $1, he may add to it and donate $3. If you donate 50, he may donate 200. So there is more to it than just making the donation. The foundation's involved with it as well. Just the same way they're going to be subsidizing, in a way, the doctors to allow 10, 20, whatever number of people to be processed from any condition other than cancer or coma, as I understand it. So consider that. And you know that story in the Bible where the rich man gave a lot of money to the poor, and then there was some lady who just had a few pennies and she gave some of that. And according to that teaching, she gave more than the rich man gave, because she gave a much bigger percentage of what she had versus what the rich man had. Ike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a suggestion, because, remember when Mr. Keshe called on us to make some donations, and now I think it's the right time again. But what I'm suggesting, maybe we can have a subscription whereby a monthly, even if it's a few dollars, whatever you can afford, but let's make it a point like we donate every month or every 2 weeks, whatever amount. Let's just keep it going, and then we encourage people as the foundation is growing and the technology is coming out. We encourage family members and everybody to pitch in. I think if we start it, it might be a trend, and before you know it, numbers compound, and then we can reach the goal. That's what I think.
Right. One of the people that was processed, I think, with the Parkinson's, has funded 4 other people to be processed or balanced in the same way. So I was thinking of the lady that was the PhD who hadn't walked in a number of years, and within 30 minutes in the unit, she was walking. I'm sure she is going to be dedicating some funds or some donations to the foundation. But we don't have to wait for something to happen to us or experience energy bill savings or a health savings or anything like that. Although you would have the extra money right there that you wouldn't spend on a doctor or something else. But you can just give, again, small amounts or large amounts, whatever, depending on your position. And I think it's up to us all as individuals. We're not pressurizing anyone to make a donation. And Mr. Keshe is not threatening to shut the foundation down if he doesn't receive the donation. So it's up to you as an individual if you believed or if you feel foundation needs the funds. And again, every dollar is accounted for in the foundation. He said we can show you hour by hour the expenses of the foundation. He said even a cup of coffee that I would buy is accounted for by the foundation. So feel free and give early and often, and it's up to you. If you feel you've received something that you wouldn't find anywhere else, or just that this is a good place to see your funds go. because of the world peace, because of elevating the souls and so on. No one is really doing this around this planet other than the Keshe Foundation. So again, a soft reminder that this program that we're here now doesn't run for free. I'm not paying anything to have the room number. I'm just opening the room, but there is a cost involved apparently in everything. And you could see the cost. Our energy company just raised the rates 44%. So I think the energy savings coming up in the future, depending on which way it goes, as the providers keep increasing their rates, the savings will become bigger and bigger over time. So that was just a soft reminder, and many of you have donated and continue to donate. And so I'm sure the foundation is very thankful for everything you do. And we thank you. Let's go to this understanding about these universal books Mr. Keshe was talking about. I think, well, this may run in. No, I don't think it will. I think it's right here. But apparently there are no books in the universe, but there are knowledge centers. And these knowledge centers, as I said, no books, but they contain fields. And so we're going to learn how to tap into these fields and to receive knowledge this way in a much clearer and concise, thorough understanding more about this knowledge. So we can tap into these things. I don't think we were aware of that, but I remember him even talking about the soul of wisdom, the soul of the field of wisdom. So there's many, many little things, big things too, but we can go to the library when we need it. You don't have to physically go there, but you can actually tap in to an understanding you're looking for. But let's let Mr. Keshe explain this a lot better than I can.
Announcements you'd like to make, and I think we're looking forward to that.
This may not be the right clip, but let's let him explain what's
on the dimension of physicality and what we do in commercialization of the technology and the application of technology. In working with the doctors and seeing their patients and introducing their new wellness systems and technologies, and the cost of.
And please feel free to ask me to stop at any time. You want to make a comment, you're not clear what he said, perhaps we can decipher it here. Or if you just want to add your understanding.
Providing these services has created a lot of dilemmas for a lot of people in a way what can be done. I've been aware of this, and in the past few days, even though we lost huge amounts of funds in the past few months trying to expand the technology in the physical dimension, we have secured understanding with certain people, organizations, that the Keshe Foundation, as of today, for a very, very short time, for a number of limited cases, will support the doctors in the financial side. And will provide two things, and that is in small payments by the knowledge seekers. The Keshe Foundation will support through the support we receive on delivery from what we call the backers in that, because we had a small backer who helped us a few weeks ago with 4 cases of Parkinson, and then we went to the big organizations. They are of the same position. They'll support the foundation. A limited number of cases, except coma and cancer, will be looked and will be given the go-ahead to go with the doctors for the process. And the numbers are limited and the time is limited. We have to respond back to our people within a few days that how many cases we have, and they expect a remuneration from the side of the what we call the volunteers for the doctors. We provide the services only through doctors, nothing to do with the Keshe. We are provider of the knowledge. We are not doctors. We are not in the world of medicine. We provide the scientific background to what is to be there. The understanding with our people, sponsors, is that some of the prices you heard is 30, 40,000, some cases much more. Some cases Keshe Foundation subsidize some of the moves. Through what we have, a very few limited numbers, we cannot, they don't want us to specify. They will accept whatever the knowledge seekers pay to the doctors at a fee of €5,000 for any case, doesn't matter what it is, except cancer and coma. They will accept to cover the rest. Which means if you have Alzheimer's, if you have Parkinson, if you have whatever to go through the doctors, your case will be automatically accepted. And we provide the technology and the know-how to the doctors, and through your doctor, you receive it. Autoimmune system deficiencies, whatever. The reason for it, what they see is that it gives a rapid boost for system to be developed, for technology to be complete, and it will stay in the hand of independent organization like Keshe Foundation. We do not get involved in medicine or health and that kind of things. We provide technology to doctors. They know what to do with it, how to use it. And there is no limitation as of today for a very, very short time, a few days, because they think if they run it, they will not be able to sustain, to support it. Maybe 10, 20 cases, maybe 50 cases, we do not know. But any of you can come up with a €5,000 as a donation to your, what do you call it, to your doctors or whatever. In the next few days, the foundation will support it through the subsidiary we receive from our people in whatever means they provided to us to support you. So it's not that huge amounts which was asked for a limited number of cases, and we have put no cap on it on the knowledge side, because the reason and the understanding is we have to learn more what we can do, what we cannot do, and this will close in a few days' time. So if you know anyone with any cases, just go through the Keshe Foundation info. We pass it on to the doctors, and the case is accepted. If you can deliver the €5,000 to the cases of the doctors immediately, and don't come in, oh, I cannot do this and that. This is a once opportunity we are given, and we deliver it. If it comes to a certain number, you have to understand it has to be subsidized, and there is a certain amount they do. Maybe this is one of opportunity. We had a beautiful pleasure from one of knowledge seekers who went through the processing. He has offered 4 cases to the help of the knowledge seekers, and we have put that out for it. Now, this is a very special case. I've been told not to disclose the numbers, and there is a very time limitation on it, that it doesn't go for weeks, that then they say, oh, you said that. By Sunday tonight, we close the case, which means you have 4 days. Doesn't matter what condition, this will be subsidized to see if we can support through the wellness, through the doctors, and to change the course. Those who have already been going through cannot come back and say, oh, you did this. So this is something to do with a special package by what we've been offered. How many cases we can accept, we do not know. But if you can do and make your payment complete by Sunday night, we can push through the process. It'll be a pleasure for us, because then we can understand it. And the reason for it is that we have more systems available to support the doctors. We could not accept this. Now we have more systems. We can expand the numbers, and the doctors will support it. don't come back to us and tell us this and that. We have received an offer, support. We pass it directly on to you, and you have a very, very few limited time. And the cases from the past still can be considered, but that's up to your doctors, not to us. But the €5,000 has to be completed, that they know what finances they put in. This is part of what is the annual accounts of what some companies and some organizations can give for charities, and they can force it through their books. And so if you have, people with any condition where if you come in next week, 2 weeks time to Keshe Foundation, we send it to the doctors and they ask for 20, 30,000. It states you can't say it was 5,000. This is something we received and we have to go by it because 31st of March is the closing account of the people who are supporting us, and it has to be put in that framework. So 10 cases, 20 cases, talk, get it done, put it together, and we'll see how we can get it on. You'll get an answer by next Tuesday, Wednesday latest, because we get an answer by Monday. So if it's 10 cases, 20 cases, whatever we submit, we get the approval. We have to prove to them that we received, they have a reason to make that move, and then we'll get subsidized. Somehow we get our funds through different ways of support from them. Please make sure, send everything to, as usual, health@keshe.foundation or info@keshe.foundation, and they will respond to you very rapidly. We ask a couple of people to be in the back to respond to this very rapidly. As you've seen before, it used to take weeks and months before you get a response with the what we call the presentation on 1620. You've seen the rapid response even days before. All the things are in book, ready to go. So if you suffer from any kind of whatever, that you become a knowledge to us, and you can put the 5,000 together to be paid to the doctors, and then it'll go back to what we call it, the process, and within the next few weeks, 2-3 weeks, you'll be called in to take part with the doctors for the process of the processing as it is. The other point of what we call commercialization is that Keshe Foundation plasma power units will go on delivery. And most probably, as I informed, we might call in for what we call Blueprint Day, that you can see the operation of the units. And most probably, I'm still expecting for a message today from our people, as I said before, that will introduce a compact unit. You got to realize Keshe Foundation from now on does not sell units. You buy or you purchase or you come to an agreement with Keshe Foundation, you buy these units on a contractual basis of 150, €15 per month, or €180 per year for 20 years. Means you save 50, 60, 70% electricity or power at home, and you share a small part of it with the foundation that we can run operation. You do the same thing with Apple. You buy Apple, then you buy the apps for it, the contracts for it, to receive what we call the processing. This will stay with us the same. So it doesn't end up that we have to keep on selling units to sustain research. What you buy, you get benefit by it. You pass the benefit to us. And we pass the benefit into research and development, and more things to come. The compact unit, most probably, if it's done, maybe confirmed, completed, will go on sale in the next few hours. And the enhancement power units, which you all put in, will go down from 5,000 to about 3,000 or 3,500, or already has gone in the what we call the Keshe Foundation website. There are two different systems, and they're totally different applications. We have, as I said before, creating more possibilities for developing new systems, new what we call technologies. In the next few weeks, once we complete our test of the what we call the enhancement unit, Keshe Foundation will put out what we call the enhancement communication system, which is actually very much like a headset, and you start communicating in a new way with our systems. Those of you who will come to be the volunteers with the doctors will receive one, or you purchase one through your doctors. And instead of buying these head units and the headphones and the mobile phones, we go through our system, our technology. You don't need a headphone, you don't need a mobile phone. In a way, you live what I said, the two lives. In the everyday communication, you use your mobile phone, and in expansion of the soul, in feeding yourself, in keeping yourself.
Yes, Ike.
Question. I wasn't sure if Mr. Keshe, can this headphones, can it be shared or just one person per one?
I am not sure about that. I know that originally the pain pens were for a single use. I think the pain pens now can be multiple use. But again, I'm not clear about that. It may start to interact with the fields of yourself, and this is why it's a single use. And
all right, we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out in the future. If Mr. Keshe comes in today, maybe we can ask him that question. But I think it would be at this point for an individual. And again, as you learn the knowledge and as you absorb things, you can then provide it through your soul, through your energies to others for enlightenment, for wellness, for feeding, and so on. This is my understanding at this point, that these systems are being developed by knowledge seekers for knowledge seekers to then elevate the humanity. Thank you, Ike.
And Mark,
Yes.
is it when we're having our workshops, questions were asked because one had a child that she had to try to share phones, and it's one person per one set of earphones. So the child would have to have probably its own or some other way of going with the mother or the father. So that he did indicate that it's one person per headset. Now,
Okay.
whether you can lend it to someone else, that's another issue. I'm not sure.
And that may come in the future, as we saw with the pain pens. I think
Yes.
they were for individual use originally, and then I believe they're multiple use now. You can share them.
Yeah, because that's pen it's a groundbreaker, because now you can share. Usually we were stuck with the shipping, and some people needed more. So if we have a way to share that, that's much more branding. We getting people to test it out.
Okay. Let's
Then wouldn't
yeah.
that mean that we would have to pay in some way, like the yearly amount?
Yeah,
based,
that's even better. Yeah, that's where he's
I
going,
think,
so that he can get more funds for the foundation. You're right.
yes, I like that idea, actually. It's a good one. And if you space it out month by month, you can handle it. But if you have to do one big sum, then sometimes it doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
apparently they're being offered for sale now, but in the future, you'll have some sort of rental agreement. And I guess if you don't pay your agreement, it's controlled out of Austria, so they can actually switch it off. I believe. Otherwise, you know how we're such takers that we may want to get a $2,000 unit for $15. It won't work. I know he went on to say here about people who have taken things apart and tried to figure out how it works. You lose all your knowledge by doing that. So all of these products are not to be opened, examined, try to figure them out so you can copy them and market them. There's a lot of hidden technologies, even though a butterfly would look simple. There's many hidden technologies in there that none of us are even aware of or have the knowledge of at this point.
Healthy, in keeping yourself well, you use the other unit. And then gradually you learn, using the new units, how to communicate with your friends, the other ones who have the same system. So knowledge seekers, you get in touch, what we call through the soul, with each other. And this is the new system. It's already on the way of development. We have tested it, it works. The first test was done last Friday in a complete way, where, as I explained, we connected the laboratories to UNO Center without any telephone communication. And we saw the results. And we tested on the flight again on Sunday, and we've seen the result. So the new, what we call communication systems, which now is developed, we use it, we've seen it, it works, will be commercialized as a head unit. So in a way, as you have a, what you call it, Apple, and you have a Samsung, now you have a plasma head unit, and you have to see who has the app which you have, which is your headphone, to the others. Somebody in America has one and wants to speak to somebody in Australia. You don't talk, you feel each other's emotion. You understand, you arrange a meeting, you meet with each other, or you do the research together, then you understand, you learn a new language. This is part of the, what I call March, April teaching of the Keshe Foundation. When you're in space, how do you communicate back with Earth? How do you communicate with your friends and family when you're in space? It takes a few seconds, a few minutes for information to go from here to Saturn. And if you're in another cosmic dimension, it will take you years, as our scientists tell us, 10,000 light years for a message to come. When you have one of these plasma units, it takes you as long as you think you're there. So we start learning, living in the two dimensions, using the two tools. We go for camping, we take woods and we make charcoal. We stay at home, we use gas and microwave. It still does the same job, cooks the same food, but now we have to learn a new method of communication, a new method of understanding and interaction. And these units will be offered on about €2,000 each. Most probably we start advertising for it in the next couple of weeks. Then knowledge seekers around the world, the way you learn to connect with us in this, you learn to connect with each other.
So I think Mr. Keshe is talking this zero-time communication, which is in our brain already. It's that we forgot how to use it. And it's not like, I don't believe it's talking, as he said, it's not like talking on a cell phone where you're talking words. You're actually exchanging emotions. You're feeling that emotion. I think he even mentioned something about the doctor in here who would be able to provide wellness to you. Again, I might be mixed up on that. But this is the zero-time communication at the speed of the fields of the creator, and nothing outpaces those fields in the universe as I understand it. Typically, messages take minutes or hours or days or weeks, and if you're 10 light years away, well, and you're calling out for help, you may not get it. But if you're using one of these plasma systems, it's basically instant. The same way we travel, we don't fly, we go places instantaneously. And this is the way the creator operates. Yes.
So the devices that help us live in 2 dimensions.
Correct.
That's great.
Mhm. Ike, would you like to, aren't you a distributor of the products? Or
Yes, I am. Yes,
would
I
you,
am.
would you like to mention, of course, we refer everybody to the foundation, but sometimes people would like to see something within the country delivered. Is there a website you have or anything that you wanted to put forward?
Yeah, I do. Gans Revolution, but in a sense, I'm revamping right now because I was talking to Mr. Keshe.
Under
We gotta get
construction.
this. Yeah, where I'm changing the process. I want to be able to put it out like where we have like a showpiece, like a mall. Set up the product in a mall where there's traffic, not just a online store, but like a physical structure
Right.
that people
Right.
can go
People
in
like to come in and put their hands on
and test
things
it
and see them. We're
something like
so
that.
physical, right?
Correct, yeah.
We need a
So
UFO
everything
to
is on hold
travel.
now.
But it's called GAN's Revolution and it's under construction, but you're working on that.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Ike. We'll continue this. I think he goes on for about another 10 minutes or so. And I thought we were going to the part about tapping into the knowledge of the books of the universe through fields. Of course, there's no physical books. There's fields of knowledge that intermingle, commingle, and are available to those who understand how to tap into it. But I think that's another one I'm going to try one more location after this. Okay, let's continue here, because this is what is happening in the store, and Mr. Keshe gave a beautiful overview. Not that things can't change, they do change. And depending on what develops, again, around the foundation, Mr. Keshe has the ability to change direction or to change what's being released. He's holding all the cards here, and whatever card he'd like to put down on the table is the one that's getting released. But these are available, as I understand it, now. He talked about delivery in the next few weeks. But again, sometimes things get delayed and don't always work out exactly the way it's purported at the point in time when delivered.
Enlightened, you'll find out most probably what I tell you now. You'll come to understand it. You'll talk to the people around you and they tell you you're crazy. You go on the line with your knowledge seekers on the other side. You see, you find somebody who speaks your language. As the knowledge seeker said, I don't have time for the old friends and the old chit chat. So you'll find out you gradually become man of space. You're linked to the Keshe Foundation in Austria, and you have a feast with us. You dine with the Creator anytime you feel like it. And then we'll bring in the new dimension of technology. As we expect, if everything goes to plan as things are building up, we will start mobile transportation and transmutation once we complete this side. And then we go to the other side. As our knowledge seeker said, every time we try to test the flight, he carries his passport with him. That when he lands in Linz, he can say he's come from the States and he's here with his ID.
And again, Mr. Keshe said that they could be setting up times, for example, in the morning for English breakfast. Of course, you don't physically get the English breakfast. You get the energy that would be contained in a English breakfast or some other things. So this is the way we're being taught how to feed ourselves. I was reading an article I shared earlier, not in this meeting, but where they purported that most of us are eating about a credit card's worth of plastic every week. So you may want to consider your feeding practices in the future. And I remember Sander always saying that every drop of ocean water has so many parts per billion of plastic in it. And apparently this plastic, most things are, anything you buy almost is either in aluminum or in plastic. And I think the most part is plastic. So the article reported that we're all consuming, not all of us, but probably more in the developed countries or the underdeveloped countries. They think they're developed, but about a credit card of plastic a week. So that may be a way to, and again, most of the problems we have with the physicality are what we put in our mouths. And we have to convert and go through that. And so this is a much purer way of feeding, and that will most likely extend the life of the man in the hundreds of years coming down the road. It shouldn't be a big problem. And then, of course, understanding the transmutation, you're gaining access to eternal life.
Become a norm. And so we have shown it. You traveled, you met your creator, you went last week to your, what I call, prophets in what you believe to elevate their soul of physicality, or what called their spirit. And now you have to learn, gradually you can move and go to the next step. In this process, we will bring more and more technologies that you understand step by step. The hopefully new flight enhancement system will be completed this week. And as I said today, this afternoon, we have the first volunteer for space and we have the first volunteer for wellness. And we see the effect of the new technology on both, through the doctors monitoring and through our understanding of the system. You do not need to be here. There is no place that anyone can go and say, this is where I am, or whatever. You can be anywhere in the universe and still benefit connecting to the system. You need knowledge. You come to, and through connection with the other souls, you gain the knowledge. Something which I would like to bring to you, because in the future you will understand, but we put the seed down, is in the universe, like here, you go to Google, you go to knowledge sources, to universities, to get access, or to research centers to get access to certain knowledge.
Okay, this was the part I was looking for about there's no books in the universe, but there's libraries of fields, apparently, that we can learn to connect with, learn to tap into for any knowledges you may be seeking. I think he'll go into it in a few minutes or right now.
Virus or whatever, or equipment or whatever. In the universe, we have the same kind of centers where the knowledge of the universe has been gathered. It's a knowledge centers of fields, it's not knowledge centers of books. In coming time, as you understand it, you will understand the app, how to get to it. You understand which fields of universe leads you to which knowledge centers. The information of every piece of the creation in the universe is not somebody collecting it, because of this strength field gathers there. It's a big difference making a computer, making a memory bank and putting all the information in. Somebody has to do it. If you understand the work of the universe, if you understand the work of the fields, everything which is of the same strength gathers, it connects together. So if you want information about the dimension and the position of a star in the galaxies or in the universe, these are centers which connects this kind of information. Is gathered in the plasma. We teach you how to connect to these centers. There are centers where you want certain strength, you need potassium or you need calcium for your growth or for a certain purpose. You tap into instantaneously. This comes as part of the teaching in the coming time. How in the space you connect to the sources, the centers of the what we call fields, and it's instantaneous. As many knowledge seekers tell us, it was just like a flash. I was on the moon. It was just a flash, I saw something, but it touched, I remember, it touched the soul. And the soul has received the knowledge in that flash. So now you go to supermarkets, you go to the libraries, you go to Google to get information, to get food, to get knowledge. Now you learn as a passenger of universe how to connect to these centers, where is correct, is connected and collected by the balance fields of the universe. How you get into highways of going from one place to another. These are the teachings to come. These are the systems which are getting gradually developed, understood by our knowledge seekers to develop it. I just guide, I give a step by step, and then they build on it, and then the next step, and then the next step. We are reaching a point of understanding. So in the next few days, we give you the systems, which we call it the compact systems. We would like you to leave it on the table near where you sit. Don't look at it that it saves me energy. Look at it, it feeds my soul. It doesn't just give the plug to the electricity to light up the table lamp, to light the room. At the same time, enlightens your knowledge. The new compact system, once we introduce it, is what I was telling you. Look at the fields, not there. And then when you sit in front of it on your table, understand what I looked in the light of the table lamp, and in there is the light where it takes me to the Creator. And going to Creator means enlightenment, means understanding the process of the creation. This is part of, when you do this compact unit, plus what we supply with what we call the new plasma head unit, then you understand the full communication system is up. With it, in a coming time, we'll deliver you the small generators, compact generators, which as a whole allows you to become a new dimension of the life. Independence from the energies of the matter state, where you create energy from inside and then you allow it outside. You don't.
So it sounds like in the future we'll be able to create these energies inside and release it outside. That's what the unit is doing, I believe. And these standalone generators will come, but it's not so much for electricity. You can generate the feeding, you can generate the energies, you can generate the communication, but this is coming in teaching in the time to come. But we can see, as Mr. Keshe said, when you travel in the universe, I know he had mentioned this a number of workshops ago, you may come back with new knowledges that you'll be able to share, or more complete understandings of what you're working on now. He again repeated, after 6 or 7 years, none of you understood the Maghreb. Perhaps when we go to these knowledge centers and we can start really producing things if we want to, if that's the way it's going to go, to show the others again, we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul. But Mr. Keshe said, I think it was in 313 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where he originally intended the Magravs were supposed to be powered by the soul. But we went and connected wires to them and tried to generate energy with them, and we got a few crumbs with it. But that is not the understanding of the magrev, as I understand it. And I haven't been successful, just maybe partially. But again, I'm still have wires connected to the magrev and things, and that was the wrong approach. But he said you wanted to go that way, so he said, I told you to put GANs on it and to do a little bit of this and that with it. But it was intended to be powered originally by the soul of man.
Need to wear a jacket to keep the physicality warm. You create the energy from inside that does not need the jacket. This is how you'll travel in space, but you have to learn it here first before you get there. So a lot of materials we have put in the bags in the past, and what comes in the future has been part of this process. And now you're going into very advanced technology space systems, and it's all coming out of one structure, Keshe Foundation. We're not sending you somewhere else. It's done by the knowledge seekers, for the knowledge seekers, for the humanity.
Okay, done by the knowledge seekers, for the knowledge seekers, for humanity. So you will be the satellites, you will be sort of helping to deliver this, as I understand it, with a very clear understanding, not a lot of the guesswork we've been doing. And of course, we're still in the kindergarten, so we haven't really come out of the nursery yet. But this is all coming in the works. Anyone have any thoughts about this? This is where the knowledge you'll really gain and understand through the fields, the knowledge you've been seeking, whatever knowledge you've been seeking. And I don't think anyone will be able to trick you or fool you and say it doesn't work that way. You'll have a very clear understanding. There was a couple things put in here about contacting the Keshe Foundation. Elias, would you come in and clarify in words, or anyone else? I see Raphael has made a post, KFM customer service, at customer service KFM. Any further comments on this?
Mark, I put what I have been using. Okay, after I paid for one of the sessions, then you receive an email if you choose to receive your confirmation that way. And it mentioned using Telegram as one of the avenues. So it's CS space KFM and then space sales. All right, that works for me very well in Telegram. So that's been set up for us in Telegram.
Yes, I see Elias has at customer service KFM.
Mine, if you go into Telegram, and I look at it, it specifically says CSKFM sales. Okay, like you'll see that instead of seeing KFTV representatives or Keshe Canadian Knowledge Seekers, you will see CS space KFM space sales. There's it could be that you can use at, but when you see it on your list there, it's just CS KFM sales. That's
right. When he talked about the doctors, didn't he say doctors at Keshe Foundation?
That's an email.
Okay.
So I'm just saying in Telegram, you know, when you have your headings, okay, for each separate group. All right,
Okay.
this is a separate group. So it's just CS KFM sales. That's how it's labeled. How you use the rest of it with the @ signs, that's something else. I'm just looking for what you were showing, you were talking about here. Okay, there we go. I think these are all different ways of using it. Yes, for Elias, it's showing it looks like a name that you could use, like mine is at Fields of Peace in Telegram. Okay, that's another way of putting it. But when you see it in the list of all the titles, it's KFM sale.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Gail. Thank you very much.
I think we
Okay.
have a whole lot of things to do, so
Yeah.
that's one of
Mhm.
them.
Okay, Joseph said at the 313 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, approximately at 2 hours 37, there are key informations for the cup and MAGRAV systems found. Good for raising understanding. Agree? Agree, but he did mention after 6 or 7 years in this workshop, no one's understood the MAGRAV. But perhaps going to these knowledge centers as we start traveling in the universe, perhaps we will use the MAGRAV. It was delivered. He said we abused it. Maybe hooking up wires to it is an abuse of the MAGRAV, but maybe we'll understand a little clearer, a lot clearer, what the true purpose. He said it's one of the most widely used devices across the universe. And I don't think they're generating electricity in the matter state in the universe, but I could be wrong. On certain planets, if they're just discovering fire, the next progression will be into other types of power in the matter state. Okay, before we elevate the souls, I thought we would listen a little bit to Mr. Keshe about elevation of the messengers, which we can continuously do. As I said, I keep getting flashes of that picture of Moses I saw, or portrait of Moses I saw. And I think he is enjoying, or that spirit, that entity is now enjoying elevation of the soul of physicality. Again, his soul is perfect, just like your soul is perfect, but it's this soul of physicality which creates the misfunctioning or malfunctioning, as I think Mr. Keshe said, misfunctioning. So let's hear a little bit about that, and then we will go to the Dome of Peace, and then Alex, if he's still with us, hopefully, we'll listen to what Alex would like to deliver. Alex, I see your mic is open.
Just confirming that I'm still present.
I see you there. I was sort of joking about that. Thank you for being here. Thank your soul. We thank your soul for providing a consistent, regular teaching and understanding further into this knowledge.
Thank you, Mark. You're doing a great job.
Learning how to serve better.
It's up here, but perhaps you can answer the question from Nick first here in our Q&A. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Will you or could you repeat what we did on the 20th to elevate the messengers and to connect with the Creator? Thanks, Nick from Sydney, Australia.
What you did, if you were in a session, is you made it available for them to take. That's all it is. You cannot force it. You cannot take the horse to the water and force it to drink. And if you or any of you in that session created or were at the strength of their need, they have received. So you have added to, and that adding gives elevation, that it brings it out of that state of killing. And the soul of the spirits of the prophets is what it communicates with their followers, not their soul. The followers are in the dimension of physicality. So it's the spirit of man which interacts with the spirit of the messenger, not the soul of the man which interacts with the soul of the messenger. Otherwise, man would have been perfect. And when you elevate one plasma from you, when that goes higher, understands, realizes, evolves, and elevates an understanding of what it was done was wrong and will not be done, so does the spirit of the Ayatollah Khamenei of you. When you elevate the soul of the Muhammad. The soul is with the Jews. The Jewish people would not care. So shall be with the Christians. This is the beauty of something a lot of you don't, maybe have never understood. And that is, you call it the Old Testament and the New Testament, adding to a little bit of the past. So in fact, what we see the killing in the Christian communities like Americans, British, and the rest of it is still based on the rules of Moses. When you elevate the structure of the soul of Moses in the spirit side and Christ, then you see the change in the two communities. Even you give and elevate the soul of the physicality, spirit of the, what do you call, Moses, will affect the Christians because it's part of them. And this is why we see this position. You call it the Old Testament and the New Testament. But it's the same principle, it's the same message. The other one is done, the other one is written by what we wanted to add to make it to be. But in fact, it's the same one. And when you elevate the soul of physicality of the Moses, you elevate the soul of the physicality of the Christians too, because it's the same, came from them. Same blood, where Muhammad was also a different tribe. Then you understand what happened on Friday. And how you connected, how you elevate, how you interacted. And I heard some people saying, oh, I saw no light, means that you were not at the strength which they are, that you could add to. But it was so rapid that you did not even feel it because you're looking for the light. But look, a few days later, what enlightenment you received, what emotion from Moses or Jesus or Muhammad you received in response and giving to them. Did you understood something more? Was that the gift of thank you in elevating me? You got to understand, billion plus, some of them on a regular basis give from their soul to Christ, but nothing has happened. Man become worse in killing. Millions of Jews go to synagogue and pray at home and bang their heads against the Great Wall and in the name of Moses, but nothing has changed. And the same is with the Muslims, and the same with the Buddhists, and the same with the others. Because you have not found the, what I call, frequency, the strength of the prophets to elevate. They're still in the doldrum of their time. And you got to remember, on the dimension of physicality, for the murders they've done, if you go back to what I said about Hitler, then what I...
And do you remember what Mr. Keshe said about Hitler? My recollection is that as a percentage, Moses killed more than Hitler. That was one of the understandings that was shared by Mr. Keshe in the previous workshops.
Said about the Pope in Views of Children, the soul is so low that nothing can raise them. It's the first time we have allowed that to happen, to raise the soul of the physicality of these who carried so much heinous crimes. You gave, it was like that dog whistle. It just passed. They didn't hear it. They can't receive it. It's too high for them. The soul is elevated. It's at the highest it could be, like yours. But the soul of physicality, God helps. The spirit of these prophets has not even reached the level of yours yet to receive from it. Sometimes the soul of the physicality, the spirit, wishes was at your level. You have killed that. Now you understand why you elevate. You cannot give if you are weaker. Now you understand why we put this process in. You become more intellect, you become more to understand in the time to come. Why do men need to interact with the soul of their what they believe in and they can give to? You don't put a crown on top of a crown of a king, do you? But you add the jewels to it to shine better, to be shown to is there. It was made of iron, you put a diamond on it, now has a value. And this is what it is. This is what mankind will come to understand more of. Why did we need to put a session, a process for you to find a path? And one of those paths was to be generous all the time. And we didn't ask you to give it to your son. We didn't say elevate your daughter. We didn't say elevate your dog. Elevate the soul of the physicality of what you believe in, because that becomes your guideline in the path to the Creator. Everything you do in these sessions is way a path, a position to understand, to be enlightened into the working of the universe and the path to the Creator we are part, which you yourself as a soul are part. I am all and all is me. I'm within, and in a way, because of me being within, I'm in of all. I interact with everything, and what is within me is the same. In the next sessions, as step by step, the elevate of the physicality of the soul of the messengers comes, you'll find out as much as you are getting ready, they are getting ready, and the whole structure of not only humanity, but the universe and unicos comes to move in the new direction. What you do, you're not aware of in these sessions is you just don't connect with the soul of the physicality of the prophet. At the same time as your soul is dynamic, it covers every direction of the fields of the universe as a sphere, you have already interacted with the soul of the creator things in other dimensions and the other strengths without you knowing. Again, that dog whistle. And this is what the process is, and that's what we are. Any other question?
Any comments? This is the first time he said it's been allowed or has been done. Yes, the Jews elevate Moses and the Christians elevate Christ, but the killing only got worse, he said. This is the first time we allowed this. This soul of physicality of the Pope is apparently so low it couldn't be elevated or something along that line, he said. But now there's a change. coming into this universe where we've reached a level where we can interact with them. So we should remain very humble about all this. It's never been done before, and you're privileged to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. If no one has any comments, we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Sorry, Alex, I did carry on a bit here. Let's create the Dome of Peace, and let's include the prophets.
For it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and today is Sunday, and of course you don't have to wait for Sunday to spread the Gans waters, that's been going on for years, but a very similar way, in a way that we're elevating the souls of the prophet, yet we're releasing energies to the soul of this planet by releasing the Gans waters. And of course, what Mr. Keshe said jokingly in a way one time is this is the way you take over a planet. So now this is something for our physicality to do. And let's go to the second step, which is something for expanding the soul. And I thought it was so beautiful to hear Mr. Keshe say expanding the soul into the head unit, from the head unit into the table unit, and from the table unit into the universe. And by going through that process, the soul is actually incorporating this knowledge or building it into its structure, that in the future time you will not need a head unit or a table unit to connect.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace, and the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, Don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe. Thank you. If you
And as Mr. Keshe said, we won't see peace on this planet until the religious leaders take their frocks off and so on. This is one of the big keys. So now you can see the connection to the prophets. And as we elevate the prophets, they communicate to their representatives here. And then in that process, they take the frock off and they walk away. And this is the process we're helping to bring. So we want to thank you all for participating in this. We're going to spend 5 minutes. Whoops. We're going to back this up just so anyone who comes in will see that we're in a moment of silence. I think it's here. Whoops. There it is. Okay, so any comments? This is the 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. And I think there was something in, was it Qatar or another place where they had some interaction? They were referring to that. I think someone put something in one of the telegrams. The soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders, and religious leaders of planet Earth. And now we see the connection between the prophets and the religious leaders of planet Earth, that in elevating the prophets, they will communicate to their representatives that it's time to hold the tents, as they say. So let's take 5 minutes of silence, give from our souls, to elevate these as well as the prophets. As Mr. Keshe said, we will not see peace till the religious leaders step down and walk away. And again, it's a process. So it may not happen tomorrow. As Mr. Keshe said, it would be very similar to releasing the Gans waters, which we've been doing for years. And so the prophets will need continual elevation. And whenever you have a thought of Christ, or you have a thought of Buddha, or you have a thought of Moses, Muhammad, and so on, maybe that's their communication with you, that they understand that you have that ability to connect their soul of physicality with their soul, which is still not connected, but it's in the process of being connected. So let's take our 5 minutes. Yes, did someone want to say? Yes, Dean.
Hi, Mark. Thank you for that. Good evening to everybody. Good day, good morning, or where it is for you. So I just would like to intervene and say that I did a very small workshop last night here, and the souls present obviously had a direct influence on what we see on the screen now. I suddenly realized there was a connection through one of the souls present that had some information that tied in with a few things. And I don't want to say too much.
Sure.
However, there was direct, it's going to, like all plasmas, it's going to open up and grow and become much more. And as soon as I channeled, or I opened that step through that doorway of passing the knowledge over, I noticed that the plasma expanded again today. And as I went for a walk on a path in and around the area around me, I noticed a plasmatic. There was a difference in the air and the atmosphere there was a difference in the interactions. This usually happens with the plasma when you actually start to engage with it in a certain way. And it released or intensified. I felt an old, a presence that I'd had before, are re-emerging within the structure of the plasma. And I just noticed it's with interactions with other souls coming towards me instead of going away from me. And these were in this instance were in the form of animals. But as we all know, all animals are beautiful souls, exactly the same as ourselves. And so many things I've suddenly realized happen when you, in that instant, in that moment, you suddenly flip the plasma and re-engage again. So I just like to say that. And so the soul of the IAEA, and for the 5+1 peace negotiations and negotiators that are working for peace in Vienna, for the soul of humanity. And we know the soul of the world leaders and the religious leaders of planet Earth, and all the beauty that's been put forward are not being elevated, are elevated in this moment. And as we freely give from our soul and we expand ourselves, as we in this precise moment, we can actually give to those, as we're going to do when I go silent. We're going to give from our soul and give to another soul, give it an energy source, give it an elevation, give it from our surplus of energies, from a perspective of being part of a bigger picture and wanting to express this and show these souls of physicality, that there is a higher purpose for each and every soul present in the moment. So thank you for that, Mark. I just wanted to everybody know that, and I'll leave it there for now. So we can go.
So what about Christ and Moses and so on? Does that mean their soul is just floating there without without the elevation of the soul of physicality? Mr. Keshe said the soul cannot travel alone across the universe. It needs another entity with it to create the gravity, to be able to manifest in the matter state. So does that mean the prophets are sort of, in a way, like in suspended animation because their soul of physicality has not been elevated, so they can't really go anywhere? And they're sort of looking or wondering, how am I going to connect this? I'm sort of stuck, like in a time warp, or I'm just imagining. But any comments on that, Dean, or anyone else?
Yeah, I think you just explained it beautifully, Mark. You just you've answered your own question. So quite possibly, I'm sure that the souls of physicality of the prophets are exactly as you described, in a limbo, in a static position that it may be a few thousand years in Earth time, but in reality it's instant. So they've just been held in a position. And so this elevation, when they receive it, then they can take another position, and by releasing this energy, and for them to be elevated, that they then give to the situations and to all the energies, release all the energies and elevate all the energies, because you can imagine the countless trillions of interactions in each and every moment that each and every individual in physicality and also in their thoughts and intentions have with all the other souls that are present in the moment, throughout the eons and the days, weeks, months, and years, but also in the instant moment that is, as we know, outside of the planet, we have this there zero time communication, and this is now being through the soul interactions being brought forward onto planet Earth in this moment. So, and the knowledge is spreading, and more souls are becoming enlightened to this knowledge.
Right. I was just thinking, Dean, that the soul of physicality of Christ is not elevated at this point, what we understand from what Mr. Keshe shared with us. But at the same time, he could understand and perform the transmutation on this planet, where he walked off the cross. Now, when he eventually passed on, or whenever he might have maybe he did a number of transmutations. I was going to say reincarnations, but there's no such thing. Maybe he's done a number of transmutations, but when he finally did pass on, he sort of stuck in a way. I remember Mr. Keshe saying, do you think Christ flew across the universe? And I was thinking, of course he did. But maybe I'm understanding now that he didn't, and neither did Moses, and neither did Buddha. Buddha could do the transmutation as well, as he dematerialized and materialized in front of crowds of people. But he didn't know how to teach it. But when he passed on eventually, he might be in that same sort of position. But this is the first time this has been allowed, Mr. Keshe said. This has not been allowed before. I mean, yeah, it's an amazing what's being shared with us here.
So when this opens up, Mark, that for humanity, can you, like the prophets, can you imagine how this will be for humanity when someone takes this transmutation and actually becomes transparent and moves from one place to another? They, for many, they become a prophet, and they start the whole process again. So this is where the knowledge has to be, so that this doesn't take place, that there is an understanding of through this the knowledge, the way it's been shared and given and taught through the science, to give the information to humanity, so they don't turn it into another religion. They understand the divinity, the beauty of themselves, and an understanding that we all have this beauty, this capability, and this is not anyone higher or lower. There are no kings or queens. It is a natural process that once it is rediscovered, it will be for everybody.
Thank you, Dean. Anyone else want to add anything before we go and elevate those needing elevation? Okay. Let's take...
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Ad.
Can I? Yeah, okay. Zero-time communication is C14, dus also carbon-14, in a plasmatic level. So it has C carbon-14 are 8 neutrons, just like oxygen. And if you go to the radiation site, the soft X-ray is on oxygen level, and the extreme UV is on carbon level. So oxygen is the collector, and C14 is the communication. When oxygen goes down to C12, due to the alpha decay, it goes into the physicality. So oxygen and iron are the magnets. They attract each other. And that's also in the level of the blood. The iron is the problem of the planet because it's in the physicality. It's in the blood.
Yes, it's a deep understanding. He said when we make the CH3, we're very close enough to the carbon-14 in there. And of course, you have the zinc for the emotions and the copper for the physicality, and the iron to continually never run out of energy, apparently. It recharges itself. There's a whole paper on that. That's beautiful, Ed. Thank you. More? Do you want to share some more, please? Okay.
Well, just look at the soft X-ray and the extreme UV. The I don't know how to call it. I would say the frequency. If you can translate that, my thought to
Right. He said we would have to.
Microphone or a magnet in your headset, you get a certain frequency. It's not 528 like in Reiki, but it's higher. It's a level higher, so it's more into the spiral. It's more into how do you say that? The non-physical matter. So these are rays, packages of rays. And they all have to come to slow down to come into the physicality. Just think about it.
Thank you. Thank you for adding to the knowledge. Anyone else before we go to the 5 minutes of silence? And it is a beautiful opportunity. Nobody fails at this test. Mr. Keshe said he'd handle the physicality. We just work on the soul level. So we can see this this development, this progression, how he, if we can look back and see what he had talked about that we didn't quite understand, it's becoming a little clearer for many. I'm probably lacking behind a few paces, but we'll get there. As he said, there's many ways to travel. You could take the A roads, the B roads, or the C roads, depending on how much time you want to spend getting back to the Creator. Thank you again, Ed. Okay, so let's practice our elevation. Obviously, it's going to be used here and in other places. And interesting about the nuclear material, that our brain is full of nuclear material. Mr. Keshe was indicating, I think that was in the 313 as well. But let's take our 5 minutes of silence and elevate the prophets as well as all that are listed here. And we'll begin now. And thank you all for participating and practicing this process. And we're not doing it probably just one time. I mean, just for this period of time, but it's something we'll take with us and we're perhaps we'll use out in the universe when needed. Again, all these things are not going to be left behind. So thank you all for participating in the greatest movement of the soul of the man into something with the prophets that's never even been allowed before. So feel privileged, but at the same time, humbled. Okay, any comments from anyone before we go to Alex? Sorry, Alex, we've run a little longer than usual. I was thinking we would have a shorter meeting today, but it didn't seem to work out that way. I'd like to play the disclaimer for you, if I could.
Ready to go, Mark. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sure you're more than ready to go. All right, I'm going to make another cup of coffee. So when you take over, I'll be gone for a few minutes. If Randy's here, I'll see if he's able to handle any open mics or whatever, allowing people in. But let's hear the disclaimer again.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us on the North American Knowledge Team meeting. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Gosh, I was giving you a nice introduction, Alex, with my mic closed.
It was probably an improvement.
Okay. I was thanking you for not giving up on us, and I was saying this is almost like a round robin in a way. You're here to elevate us through your teachings. We take that elevation and then elevate others, and then and it all circles back to you, and so on and so forth. So we want to thank you, give you much accolades, and thank you for being with us, continuing to represent the technology, and again, so that we can become more enlightened through your work. So we want to thank you very much for being here and your dedication to the science and bringing the change to this planet. Thank you very much, Alex.
And thank you very much. So what makes this meeting so powerful is not just the hosts here, but it's the panelists. You keep coming and hungry for more information, and not just more information, but understanding better how to present that information, because we have a big mountain to climb. We have a lot of teaching to do, mainly because we have a lot of knowledge to gain, and also because we have a lot of people to teach. And so how do we condense over 6,000 hours into a few minutes? And this challenge is becoming more and more difficult every week because the knowledge keeps going forward. But we have the technology and we just need to use that technology. And so we're all part of the process. So we have to understand that Mr. Marantau Keshe has brought to us a huge gift. Under the banner of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And as such, this is a teaching on plasma science. We're at the intermediate inner space level. We're talking about the emotion of position. My name is Alexander, and I am from Canada. It is January 29th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. So I want to make sure that welcome all of the knowledge seekers from all the other continents, because you are what makes this meeting so powerful. And it follows up another powerful group on Friday nights, which is the Brazilian teachings. And of course, it follows up on the main teachings on Thursday, which we have gone over 9 years on that teaching alone. So in terms of understanding inner space, if we remember what we covered on the basic inner space, and so somehow it's this nebulous space that is somewhere. And so as we're getting into this intermediate inner space, we see that it's an extension of all the other teachings, understanding, knowing, insight, and earth space. And we can be as complex, as detailed as we wish to be, or we can streamline it all. And one of the things that is assisting us in the streamlining of it all is understanding our emotional position, which is the third in this series, which we started with the Three Amigos adaptation. And now we're looking at the emotional position. And it's not the first time that we've looked at emotion. It's been a long time in between, because we've had a lot of difficulty understanding the difference between the physicality and the soul level. And so when we look at the links, we look at it as our search for outer space. And we find that when we are in outer space, it's just that little tiny little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which is our universe and our part of the universe. It's our sentimental little pie in the sky. And we see that it's not really a pie, it's a crumb. But this crumb is also very important, because when we see and measure strength and size, it's irrelevant, because in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, we have the culmination of 3 different energy states: matter state, dark matter, antimatter. That creates one field as a source. And then we look at our souls and how we derived our souls, which is all part of the origin of the universe. And then we see that there's a link between that source and our soul. And so in book number 2, The Structure of the Light, explains this, how we can transport ourselves and decide which way to transport ourselves, where to transport ourselves, and then, of course, what dimension. And so all of these questions come about because we're trying to understand our man space. And so we find within our man space that we have soul space, emotional space, and physical space. And somehow we're able to transcend all of these levels. And do we transcend them all at once? And then, of course, we really have to take into account Earth space, because that was our target. And not just any place on the target. We needed to hit the bullseye. And the bullseye is somewhere between the moon space magnetical boundary and the gravitational core of the Earth. And so our target was the biosphere range, but that biosphere range encapsulates the entire Earth. And so where in that biosphere range was your target? And so lo and behold, you are where you are. And why you're there? Well, there are reasons. Because you see, this all comes about because of plasma energy. So when people ask you about plasma, explain to them that plasma is a kind of energy state. And there are different kinds of energy state. And there are differences in those energy states with respect to their impact. But we need to understand that there is an earth space energy state, and there's our inner space, and there's an outer space. And as we understand all these things, then we see what is important in our life. And really, this is the most important thing in our life because it's our life. And if our life is not important, then really nothing is important, is it? And this is the thing that we have to understand, because we have various emotional tuggings. And so we discussed in the past, and it's been quite a while since we got back to this. So we all understand that we have emotions, but there's an emotion of physicality. And many of us reference only that. But we see that the physicality is a part of the emotion of presence. And so although the physicality has an emotion, the presence of that physicality also has an emotion. How did we get there? And so today we're going to discuss the emotion of position. It also follows the plasma rules. So let's make sure that for the newcomers here, that we understand that these rules, because there are different energy states and they can increase or decrease. And they increase or decrease by transfer rates. And so these transfer rates change by many orders of magnitude the higher we go. And the increase or decrease in the energy states also increase by orders of magnitude. So the realization here is that as we can change our position, not only by changing our state, but changing our transfer rate. And all of this is done through the rules of a higher energy state feeding the lower energy state. And so in simple terms, if we say that these changes in these energy states are part of natural creation or natural decay, but there's another transfer state, and that is the catalytic transfer state, which is non-consuming. So does that mean that the natural creation or natural decay is consuming? Does that mean the catalytic transfer state is inert? And so we understand that plasma absorbs fields, and that plasma is also a barrier of fields. And so how can it be both? And how it can be both is because it's bound to the ethos of the universe. And so if we don't understand that, we're just looking at it from our own man space. But if you look at it from the universe space point of view, you'll find that the universe is very well organized. And in fact, it welcomes us. So it only stands to reason that we should welcome the universe as well, because we are part of the universe. And so whatever part of that universe is dependent on a field where we reside in. And so we see that that field manifests itself from rotation. And it is the speed of the rotation in which it affects the field strength. So what is the relationship of this field strength? Well, it depends on the other fields. And so there are field relations. And as a result of these relations, there's a strength accommodation. And are you only accommodating your neighbor? Or does it take into your account the neighbor and the neighbor's neighbor. And how much do you take into account and how much do you discount, right? And so this not only becomes a point of understanding, but it also becomes a point of conflict, possibly. And so we're trying to organize ourselves on this earth space, and then we see, well, earth space is a kind of energy state as well. And so we see that the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. Okay, well, so where does man space fit into this whole thing? So when we look at the relationships, we see that in terms of plasma dimensions, 1 and 1 is more than 2. This is the new math, because we see the 1 and the 1 is the feeding dimensions, and the 2, the greater than 2, is the feedback dimension. And the reason it's more than 2 is because you still have the feeding dimensions. So it's the feeding dimensions plus the feedback dimension, which gives you our 3D dimension. And as observers, or fudgers, whichever you want to choose, so that we can be very selective in what we want to take into account. Clearly, as observers, we're not part of any of these 3 dimensions, we're in another dimension. So we could call that the 4th dimension. But it's not the first 3 dimensions. That's the point. So the reality dimension is that outer space is not a place, because there's no place to go to in outer space. Outer space is really a method of energy transfer. And since energy is always in motion, we have to have a field to transfer that energy to. So when we look at the creation of the universe, we understand that it exists for energy. And because this energy is always in motion, it's always positive. But the motion is the charge. And so by applying a charge to that motion, we understand if it's positive or negative. But if it's positive or negative, then how do you know that if you don't know who your neighbor is? And so you find that all things are in combination, because it's not just with your neighbor, but it's with your neighbor's neighbor. And then by those same rules, when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see that, well, these 3 fields come together into the creation of matter, which is a matter field. And each of these 3 energies, matter, dark matter, and antimatter, have a field strength, an energy level. And these energy levels are different by an order of magnitude. And so they'd come together as one field. Well, how can 3 different energy levels come together as one field? Well, there's your 3 dimensions. That's one field. Then there's another field. Those are another 3 dimensions. Are they the same dimensions as the first field? Well, not necessarily. And seeing as you're seeing one field, and as you're seeing another field, and clearly you're not either of those 2 fields. And seeing as those 2 fields create a 3rd field, and seeing as you're seeing that, you're not part of that field either. So you're none of those 3 dimensions. And you could pick whichever of those 3 dimensions you wish to pick, and you're none of those 3 dimensions of any of those 3 fields. So who are you? And how do you navigate? Because you have to navigate around all of these things. And so you are the last man standing, and as a result, you have the responsibility to turn on and turn off the feeding of these energies. And you can change the strength of these fields by increasing or decreasing the strength of these fields. And as a result, you change your positioning. And so you could say that you're enhancing or diminishing your position, and that is only in reference to the energy level. But within that level, you can also change your positioning. So there's no rule that says you have to change your level to change your positioning. And there's no rule that says the enhancement of that position is a superior or a diminishment of your positioning is inferior. We're just talking about positioning. It has nothing to do with hierarchy. And so we see that when two forces come together, the purpose of that is to harvest the energy of the universe through self-enhancement. And so we didn't say which two forces. Neither did we say only two forces. It's just two forces coming together, and more forces could join in as well. And as they keep coming in, they create this third dimension. And as I say, this is part of the self-enhancement process. But too many of us think that the self-enhancement comes by consuming others and stealing from others. And the worst kind of this stealing is when we start to steal the essential energy, the life-giving energy, what we call loosh harvesting. And as every kind of theft, it actually contributes to self-consumption, because that theft now becomes, the product of that theft becomes your baggage. And so now you have more. And that becomes your manifestation point, you and your baggage. Is it profit? Or is it garbage? And how does that compare to what your neighbors are doing? And which neighbors are we referring to? So we find that there's a plasmatic symbiosis within the fields. And then we find that there are also rays. And not only do they travel between the fields, but they travel between the dimensions. And so, for instance, we have X-rays and gamma rays, and we should have cosmic rays. And so when we look at the universe, we see that there are many, many broadcast channels. But the broadcast channel that we've dialed into is our Earth. And as such, we are a community. And as such, we are exposed to some transmission defects. And as we see, because of the broadcast, it affects us emotionally. And so these transmission defects are actually emotional defects. And so this is our inner space radio. And so the question becomes, what channel are you tuning into? Well, the most important channel, of course, is to understand the planet's positioning, because when you look at the sun space channels, you find that each planet has tuned into its own channel. That channel happens to be its orbit. And so when we were looking to come to Earth space, because we were pretty fussy about that, so we were tuned into the Earth space channel. And as we tuned into that channel, then we created our own broadcast channel. So that took care of the planet positioning. But where's this connection? You know, where are we going to decide the dimension? And what dimensions? Well, what are dimensions? And so we have this confusion. And so we've seen with the three amigos that really these dimensions are fundamentally plasmatic. So depending on the dimension that you operate in demands an adaptation. And that adaptation comes from various emotions, which is to say this dimension versus that dimension, which is to say this plasmatic field versus this physical field. And there are connections. So we find that really man space, what we call as our physical body, is representative of the emotion of presence. Our physical body is a presence, but it's there because of the emotion of presence. And so we understand that our soul of the man has a brain, which is physical, and our brain has emotions. And then we look at our body, and it's loaded with Gans. And we know that Gans has an emotional affinity. Water has an emotional affinity also. And so these are all plasma emotions. And we can give these emotions. And when we give them, let's say we give an idea. If I give you an idea, does that mean that I have a hole in my head? Because now I've given a part of me. Or is that a contribution added to? And that also goes for the wish. What about courage? Do you have a hole in your heart when you display courage? Or love? What happens when you give love? So we find that the core component here are these MAGRAV fields, and where we see the fundamental particle, the electron, which is really a PM tick, because it's a combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But the electron is also part of the atomic structure, which is a marriage between electron and proton. This is a marriage. There's a balance. How can the tiny atom balance the big fat proton? And yet, this is the structure of the ray. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about plasmatic dimensions? Or are we talking about physical dimensions? Or are we talking about systems of energy transfer? And so we frequently make the wrong choice because we're not only used to stealing, but we're also used to getting robbed and deceived and double-crossed. And so we find that the energy binding systems, which we need so desperately, and this is only natural, but we take it from the easiest point by stealing it from others. But since the others are all part of your community, you really end up stealing from yourself. And so this is one of the problems that we have, because we only see that what we have is all there is. But there's more. And we need to transcend these limitations of understanding more. And what are these limitations? Well, they're limited by the understanding of nuclear science, because the whole business of nuclear science has to do with the speed of light. And so the speed of light is constant. The speed of light as we know it as a physicality. But when we look at the ethos of the universe, that involves morality, compassion, and courage. And so these are all part of creation. And so that creation had to create the light. So just like you, as the observer of your dimensions, you're none of those dimensions. So the creator is not part of this physical creation of this light, because it's from this light that we created the earth space. And this earth space had to be created prior to the man space, only because we decided to come here. So it's man space living on earth space. So if man space was here, there would be no here. The here is the earth space. And so whether it's this space or that space or any space, what you're looking at is form artifacts. It's a form artifact of the creation. And so this is our problem. We're just looking at the product of this when the forces come together. And oh, is it a flash? Is it a glow? Or is it the glitter of gold? And or is it just profitable? Is that the only thing we account for? And of course, when we account for something, we're also discounting for something else. So on what basis? Is our decision based on the blasting, where we drop it and run? Or is it based on the bountifulness? Or perhaps it's a genetic defect? And it's not to ask too many questions, it's to understand when we look at our adaptation to our environment, the earth is our primary concern. And so everything that we're looking at in terms of physicality is an earthbound adaptation. But this earthbound adaptation has a certain characteristic which is very unique, because in the process of physical materialization, it incorporates a delay in consequences. So the delay in consequences is physical. The instantaneous consequences is plasmatic. This is a key point if we understand the differences. And we need to understand the differences because the physical reality is an adaptation of the plasma reality. So what is the plasma field adaptation? And so that becomes the universal dynamic transfer state between the soul of man and the soul of the body. And that's what we're talking about today. This dynamic transfer state, which is transferring dynamically the emotion of position. And so the manifestation of that becomes the adaptation, and it's a multi-level adaptation. And where we see the interaction of the supragranular layer that transfers us from this dynamic transfer state to this physical destination state. And so all of this is a process. And so if we only recognize our physical state, but we do recognize our emotional state, but which emotional state are we talking about? And so we find that there are more than one emotional states. And so we see that one emotional state is the soul of the man state, another emotional state is the soul of the body state, another emotional state, well, there's the GAN state and the nano state. And so we find that really all of these emotional states have a plasmatic dimension, and they manifest themselves into this physical dimension, but not only of man space, but also of earth space. And so we see that there's a relationship, and this pattern repeats itself throughout the universe, where we have the sister universe and man's universe, where the one field is larger than the other. We have the same relationship between the earth and the sun. And so we see that we have the same relationship with the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And that the combination of these three fields is how they interact. They act as one soul. That would have to be another dimension. So if we go back and review, and of course, so we see that from a soul standpoint, we had the soul of the man and the soul of the body, and then we have a physical body. And so our understanding comes where a similar comparison is the brain, the heart, and the reproduction system. Okay. So the reproduction system seems to be very much a positive component of the physical system. So we find that the whole home of the soul of the man is in the brain. And the home of the soul of the body is in the heart level. And so the reproduction level is right in that physical area. So it's not only the home of past generations and our generation, but it's also the home of the regenerations. And so there's a connection between all of these levels. Because if there wasn't a connection, when we regenerate, we'd be, well, in simple math, we'd be missing 2/3 of our body. So do we reproduce only the reproduction level? And so we see that there's a component of all three levels. That's the cellular level. And each cell has a soul. And so this is how the emotion can transcend the various levels. So if this emotion can transcend all of these levels, well, which home is the home of emotion? Or maybe where is the home of the emotion? Because we've only taken into account our souls and our physicality, but you know, we are working on a system of adaptation. And so when the higher level feeds the lower level, as we've seen in the stacker units, that the higher level doesn't necessarily just feed the immediately lower level. It feeds any lower level. That's part of the feeding process, but there's also a feedback process. So if the feedback process is of a higher energy strength, which energy strength is higher than the man space energy strength? And that comes from the environment. And so likewise, the environment doesn't just feed the next immediate level, which is our physical need, right? Because we're on this planet, which is physical, and we're on our bodies, which is physical. So there's immediate physical need. But not only, we have other needs. So we have an emotional need, we have a soul need, and we have a response requirement. Because how do we know how much to feed and when to stop feeding? And so we look at the position within what we call the cup of the universe, which is representative of our brain, and how we have the whole soul of the man seated within the brain in the center spot. And we have the relationship with all the different ganses and how they work. And so we find that the seat, the center of the soul of the man, is this point of gravitational stability. And so everything else is as a result of the magnetical stability. And the reason it's stable is because there's a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and so we call those magravs. But we have to look at more than just the basic elements, because when we look at the periodic table of elements, the first thing is these are the Earth space details. And the second thing is that they're, well, elementary. They're elementary. And we are far from elementary. We're extremely complex. And you have to have this complexity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this diversity. And so when we're looking at just how the dynamic plasma is transcending the boundaries, we first of all have to find that there's a plasmatic fading from the inner space. And so there's a radiance that comes from this inner space. And so as we're feeding, then also has to come back. This has to be a feedback radiance to our inner space. And so how this appears to us, regardless whether it's in a plasmatic manifestation or a physical manifestation, affects not only our inner space field, but this inner space point within our field, because this inner space point reflects the soul spectrum. And each of us has our own soul spectrum, so each of us has our own fingerprint. And so that fingerprint is present in all of our cells within our souls. And each cell has a soul. And so the soul cell, or the cell soul, is a transcription of the coding that's come in the RNA and the DNA. And yet, we find that when we start cell production, they start off as being undifferentiated. So the cell production is already independent from the differentiation. So there has to be some way to communicate this differentiation to know the position. Because, you know, we'd have trouble if the nose were on our toes. So the cells differentiate and they keep producing. But what starts the production? But what stops the production? So we find that there has to be some kind of communication. And so we see that there's a communication within the cell, right? Because the cell has a boundary. And so there's an outside of the cell and there's an inside of the cell. So there has to be a communication to go from the outside in, and then likewise, a feedback going from the inside out. And so we see that if there's a disruption of this communication, we call that cancer. But then you can have cell-to-cell communication, what we call intercellular communication. And likewise, if there's a disruption of that communication, well, that is also cancer. And so you have a group of cells. So a group of cells could be an organelle, or it could be an organ, or a part of the body. And so any part of that where there is a disruption of communication, well, that is a cancer. So if there's a disruption of that communication, and as a result of some kind of force that caused this manifestation, what is to say that this will either be enhanced or diminished? And what is to say that not only would that affect the position within the group, but it may go to another group? What is to say? So if it's in one group, what is to say that it's not in the other group? Well, the same thing that caused the creation of that group. And what was that? That was the psychosomatic communication. What is that? So you find that the RNA modification comes from the sharing of the adaptation of the universal energies. And you were born with that because that's part of your inner space spectrum. And so we see the DNA modification is a sharing adaptation of the earth space energies. You have to adapt to your environment. That's your feedback radius. And so when we look at what we are, then we see that what we are is not the reflection. It's the emission. You emit what you are. You reflect what you are not. So if you say that you're blue jeans, you're not blue jeans. You're every other color except blue jeans. Unfortunately, in today's society, you're not green jeans either. So we had this confusion, this adaptation confusion. And we get into the gene modification and we see that that's a disruption or an alteration. But is it enduring or is it reversible? It all depends on your point of view. So if you're viewing our point of view from this physical earth body, maybe what we need to understand is that whether it's our earth body, which is part of the earth space, and the earth space also has an inner space, and you find that man space has this inner space. So where's this outer space? And so what is the difference? The difference, of course, we said, when you look at the earth space, it has concentric circles, where we have the rarefied magnetical peace dome, and we have the dense soul of the earth in the core. And we're in between there, in that biosphere range. And so now we understand that the plasmatic hemispheric rotation, which is rotating in the opposite directions, and what we're talking about is the North Pole, Northern Hemisphere rotating in one direction opposite to the Southern Hemisphere rotating. But the Earth space rotates in one direction because the Earth space is a physical manifestation of the two plasma fields. 1 and 1 is more than 2. Well, one hemisphere and one hemisphere is one Earth, right? But not only, because we have the vertical people, we have the horizontal people, and then we have the man space people too. And so all of this is reflected in the gravitational stability of this planet. And so we see that there are components, and each of them has to have a gravitational stability, and at the core is the soul. And so there's a soul and the soul of the body. And that becomes the representation of the physical body. And so we had a dilemma trying to differentiate between the physicality and the plasma reality. And we've seen that, you know, the Earth rotates, but doesn't walk, but it does rotate around the sun also. So it does move. So it moves without walking is what the point is. And man moves by walking, but doesn't rotate. So which way does anything rotate? Because there's no determination there of the direction of the rotation, no determination there of the speed of the rotation. And when we look at all the other spaces in our universe, and the most important space, of course, is our sun space, right? Because we're on this planet space called Earth, but this Earth is not the only planet. And then we have this moon space, which is part of Earth space, but it has its own space. And then there are all these spaces in between. And so, you know, which is the landing point, which is the launching point, and wherever you're going, none of these are outer space. They're all some space. And so it's to understand these relationships. It's to understand this magnetical gravitational balance, what we call a maggrav, where we have the scientific community, and they understand the physical science, or so they think. And then we have the spiritual community, and they understand the spiritual science, or so they think. And then we find there's the plasma science, which not only explains the other two sciences, but adds to the knowledge. And because this is what affects the rate of change. And so we're part of that group of knowledge seekers who is aware of the plasma science. But do we understand these relationships? And so we always say it becomes our point of view. But our point of view seems to come to this vanishing emotion point. How do we rationalize between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality? And then so we find that our physical reality is mired in between at least two plasmatic realities, but not only. And so when we look at the combination of the transmission, the transition, and then our point of existence, which is the transmutation, we find that our point of existence is a confirmation via this connection. And so this connection is the connection point between all the dimensions. And as usual, we didn't say which dimension. What we are saying is that there's a relationship. And so if we look at the fundamental principles of the twinity, which is the dynamic plasma field of the electron and the dynamic plasma field of the proton, and how the larger proton feeds the smaller electron, and yet the two maintain a balance. So clearly there's something missing. We have this atom marriage, and all that is a form artifact. And so when we look at the soul of the earth and the soul of the earth body, and then the manifestation of the physical earth body, then we understand that there are different plasmatic concerns with respect to our environment, which includes the peace dome, the biosphere dome, and the core of the earth. And so that's just a learning point where we have the soul of the earth body as part of our peace dome. And then we have the biosphere, which includes the atmosphere and the water and the land. And then, of course, it also includes the vertical and horizontal people, and of course, the people, us. And then there's the soul of the earth in the core. So you need all these three fields to create this dimension. And now that gives us the gravitational stability. And now we understand how the coming of all these fields together is resolved. And so when we look at our physical body, we too are amalgamation of various fields of cells. And each cell has a magnetical gravitational field, and each cell has a soul, and the amalgamation of all of these cells has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And so that's where there's a fundamental ability to compare. And then when you look at this fundamental model of nuclear decay of the neutron. And then you see that, well, one neutron can create this electron-proton marriage, but there's a release of energy, which we call the ray. And so that's how that's launched. And then you see that this is an ongoing process because energy is always in motion. And so once we have this structure of this ongoing motion, ongoing transfer of energy in motion, and then we see that we have another plasma dimension. And so these are all the reference points that we have to look at, because the result really is the ray emission and the ray absorption and the transfer of energy from one field to another. And this is all done at light speed. But which speed of light? Well, we didn't say. And we know that we can go faster than the physical light. And how do we know that? Well, because there's a plasmatic spectrum, there's a physical spectrum, and we know that the physical spectrum is something that we can see. And so therefore it's a manifestation of the energy transfer of light, physical light. But there's another plasmatic dimension. And then there's another connecting dimension. We can't even see that. And that is the reality dimension. Well, what is that? And so we find that that's the here to the there, where the plasma feeding rule says the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Okay, so now we have a direction of flow, and we understand that there are principles in the magnetical field strengths and the magnetical forces of attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical and gravitational field forces. And we can say that the magnetical is feeding and the gravitational is the feedback. And so there has to be some kind of stability. And so the direction of flow indicates the charge. But there has to be a balance. It's a two-way street. And so the gravitational stability is within the core, and the magnetical extremities are the balance, and the whole balance is a maggrav. And so to maintain this balance without stopping the energy, which we can't stop the energy, we put it in a field of rotation. And then it becomes a matter of relationship between the here and the there, and then the adaptation between the here and the there. And all of this adaptation affects what we emit and what we absorb. So what we absorbed initially was this principal matter which brought us here with the culmination of the matter state, the matter-gen convergence, which included the principal matter and the transition matter. But this converged in a field environment, which we call Earth space. And so the plasma-gen convergence of our man space interacting with the plasma-gen convergence of the Earth space created another field, which we call the inertia. And that created a balance. And so we see that there's a biosphere emotional affinity, an emotional affinity with water, with GANs, and with the plasma. It all has to do with some kind of emotional connection. And so something is always something as opposed to something else. So we can see that there's a glass bottle, but we can see right through it. And then we can see the GANs inside the bottle, and we can see the water inside the bottle, and we can look right through it. And in fact, there's a hole inside the GANs, and we're looking through that as well. So, you know, has it disappeared, or is it just transparent? And where's that energy coming from? And so this is the point in how we make the cups of life. And so all we're trying to do is to contribute to not only the understanding, but the way to explain the understanding is to understand that there is an inner space and there's an emotional strength. And that its emotional strength is derived from an interaction. And so we see when we put the elements within the cup of life, that we were able to create a condition which drew in not an atomic elemental structure, but a molecular structure, meaning more than one, meaning combination. So it's CO2 GANs, calcium carbonate GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, and H2O GANs. And so we see that 1 and 1 is more than 2 because we still have the original elements. But how much more than 2? And so the most complex of these organisms here is the amino acid GANs, where 1 and 1 is more than 4. And so when we look at the body and we say, well, we have a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and we have a soul, and that structure takes 3 components, the emotion, the physicality, and the soul. Is it only 3 components? We have to take into account also the cup of inertia. Where did that come from? Well, that comes from the interaction with the cup of the earth. So now we have to take more into account. So now we have 5 cups of life. And then when we put all that together, well, that 5, 1 and 1, plus 3 more, it's already 5. It's more than 2, isn't it? And so this is how the energy binding manifests. Energy is absorbed, and then more energy is absorbed. But before that energy can be absorbed, it has to be emitted. Because if you don't emit that energy, then this is going to grow. Well, growing is not a bad thing. It's not a matter of good or bad, it's a matter of stability. And so that's the difference between the Earth and Jupiter, isn't it? But the thing about it is the Earth is quite stable. And then when you look at the sun, well, the sun is really stable. And so is the sun emitting energy? Yeah, you betcha. And is it absorbing energy? Did you ever ask that question? And what about the energy that we get that just passes right on through? So at least we have enough energy to create this balanced field we call Bagraph. But we are short of some energies, which requires a kind of feeding dimension, what we call a supplementation. And that supplementation involves the taking of energy from vertical people and horizontal people. And then we find a massive perversion where we steal from others. And so this affects all of our relationships, doesn't it? Because there's a transmission of energy, and that energy is representative of who we are. And so it's not what we reflect, it's what we emit. Who we are is what we emit, and we emit it everywhere. And the sun is doing the same thing. So if we understand the dynamic plasma relationship with the sun, so any point within the sun space field is a target point. Well, which point is that? It's all of the points. The broadcast is universal, but the reception is specific. And then is there a feedback? And so this is the relationship. And so we see that, you know, as a result of our relationship with our Earth space, there's an environmental modification. And not only that, but we're undergoing an environmental modification, our own man space. And so really the question becomes, is this predictable or is it a violation of the space? So as we say, a violation of man space? And is it an emotional violation? Or is it a competition between man space and subspace? Or is it a competition between the inner space and the physical space? Or is it a competition with the subspace, inner space, who knows which space, versus some space, physical space, who knows which physical space? Or is it a competition between Earth space and outer space? And if outer space is not a place, then that's something wrong there. So we find that our space can transmute to some other space. This is all part of emotional positioning. That's the missing link, isn't it? Because there's an interaction, a principal interaction between fields, and let's say the sun and the earth. But we have to understand that that interaction is actually a representation of energy in motion, and as such is also a two-way street. So although the sun is providing energy for the earth, we have to understand that that street, that two-way street, is the path to equality, because it's unconditional. And so if we understand the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance, and we understand that the emotional positioning is as a result of the difference in these field strengths and the communication, then we understand how things are positioned, because we have to accommodate. But we don't accommodate from our physicality, because our physicality is a manifestation. And so to understand manifestation, you say, well, two fields come together. Well, any two fields coming together is a manifestation. So the coming together of these fields is a plasma feeding. And that's what leads to the manifestation. But the manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And so we not only see the physicality, but we see the emotion of presence, because it's through the emotion of presence that we have the physicality. So by extension, the emotion of presence is also a form artifact. And since we're talking about manifestation of fields, whether it be a launch field or a target field or some field in between, this is all representative of energy in motion. So which dimension are we talking about? So yeah, there is a physical dimension and there is a plasmatic dimension. But from your point of view, the question then comes is, which matter state is the dominant one for you? Because when we're looking for outer space, we're trying to figure out what to do with our physicality. So this physicality manifestation is materialization. And so if you want to move somewhere, we call that dematerialization. This is a specific kind of manifestation. And so the determinant of our physical manifestation really is the soul of man, because that's the essential you. And so what you as a soul, you're interacting between the plasmagen state of the universe and the mattergen state of your immediate environment. And the soul of the body, well, that's a surrogate you, because that's an interacting between the soul of the universe and the physical environment. Which scheme and what size of scheme are you giving your time and attention to? And so this becomes the point of the discussion, because now we're trying to figure out how we do this transmutation, because clearly there's an effect. We at least know that there's a materialization. That we know for sure, right? We have visual proof. But when you have non-visual evidence, then you have to understand that there's different kind of proof. We have the cells. We have the soul of the cells. And the soul of the cells, well, it transcends all the levels. So where is this home of the emotion? Is it in the brain level? Is it in the heart level? We know that the heart level has an emotion, but we're having a reproduction level too. Well, with all these possibilities of places for a soul to keep its emotion, and which soul are we talking about? The soul of the man or the soul of the body? But what about the physical body? And what about all the cells? And, where exactly is this emotional stability? And so we find that actually the stability for man is in this crossover, the crossover of the brain. We have a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere of the brain. And we see the same reaction in the universal cup. And there's a crossover at the base of the brain as it comes into the physical body, where the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. And the right brain controls the left side of the body. And so there's a crossover. And so we see that we have a bicameral mind. That's two rooms in the brain, the left side and the right side. And then we see that we have two lungs. And we have organs that are in pairs. Let's say, for instance, two kidneys, two ovaries, two testicles. Or we see that we have organ pair relationships, such as the heart and the liver. But then we have this central thing, and the question really becomes, which side controls the penis or the vagina? And so we know that that's a representation of the emotions of presence. But, which side of the brain controls that? Or is there another emotion? Is that home of emotion between the male and the female? which is in another dimension. And if it's in another dimension, then it's a different kind of emotion, isn't it? And so now this exposes the emotion of position. So that means there's a male emotion. And all men, you know, take that male emotion to represent the physical gut context. But the female emotion, well, that's the intuitive context. Wait a second, there's a marriage emotion. So these things have to balance out. And it's a two-way street, isn't it? But, you know, there's this male brain. And so, you know, the male is the dominant one. Well, in some cases, he's the pusillanimous one. And then, of course, she's the submissive one. And in some cases, she's the dominatrix. But then there's the marriage brain, where the thought goes to the family context. And so therefore that demands a partnership, doesn't it? You would think, because it's a brain. But do you only think with your brain? Look at the male heart, the brave heart. Look at the female, the faint heart. But look at the marriage heart. That's the family heart. And then as family, you say, oh, well, as family, blood is thicker than water, isn't it? Yeah, you could get away with that. We're going to discuss that another time. Then, of course, there's the body, the male body, strong and competitive. Yaman. And there's the female body, weak and jealous. But then there's the marriage body. There's daddy and there's mommy. A marriage is a balanced field, isn't it? Well, there's the male pants, isn't it? The courageous pants. Well, there's the female pants too, the courageous dress. Then there's the marriage pants, isn't it? It's a contest. Are we having a competition or are we having cooperation? And as this is a family show, this is the best way that I can describe it. And so what is family? Family is familiarity, isn't it? And familiarity breeds contempt, doesn't it? So we find sometimes that our family is the worst. And you say, well, I respect the family. It depends on the context, doesn't it? And then you find that if the marriage is not working, then there's a family breakup. And what are the contributing factors to this breakup? And so we all long to be part of the family, but if that family is broken up, then sometimes we seek another family. And it could be the gang family, right? Isn't that what they say? We're your family now. But there's a global family, you see. Because the point being that anybody who is in your family and who is sick the whole family is sick. And so that affects your position. And that affects your emotion. And so your position and emotion are intimately entangled. That entanglement may be a point of conflict. But if you look at it from a point of singularity, then there's the man-made law and there's the universal law. And so the man-made law is physical bound and the universal law is plasma bound. How do you rationalize those two? The universal law affects the emotion of position. The man-made law is a reflection of the emotion of position. And so this is where this point of conflict or tug of war comes between the physical and emotional positioning. So if you're looking at it from the point of view of the soul, that's the feeder. And if you're looking at it the point of view of the physicality, well, that's the feedback. And that affects the emotion of position. And so the emotion of position of physicality doesn't take enough into account. Maybe it only looks at differences. And it's not just male or female, but there are a lot of other factors. But if we can elevate the souls, then we can amalgamate the emotion of position to eliminate this conflict and build this peace dome. Because the whole peace dome is the giving and taking of energy. But where does that come from? Where do you give to and where do you take from? And you say, well, there are leaders and there are followers. Yeah. Well, who does the leader follow? The better question is, what is the source of your inspiration? And so we see that the source of the inspiration is at the core of the earth, for the earth. And the peace dome is the magnetical relationship for the earth. So what is the peace dome for us? So the peace dome for us is our positioning with respect to the peace dome of the earth, the soul of the earth body. So the emotional positioning of the soul of the body and the soul of the earth body is the connection to the peace dome through the emotion of positioning. And we know it works. Look at the biosphere of peace that we have with the vertical people. They're all over the place, but each one's in its own place. And that place is that place, and there's another place, and that's another place, and you know, there's a tree space, and there's a grass space, there's another plant space, and many plant spaces. And you see that, so each one has an emotion of positioning. And that relationship is with the earth, because the earth has an emotion also. So what we can see is that the majority are answering the call of freedom and emancipation. You see, because the universe is emotionally normal, emotionally stable. The earth seeks freedom and emancipation. What from? From man? Well, not really. from man's delinquency, because man is adapting from the wrong point. He's thinking with the wrong head. And our existential adaptation needs to default to the harvest of the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe, because that's where the emotion of position comes from. And so this is why we're having, in our pursuit of happiness, we're having this launch field failure. It's actually an emotion of position failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. All the souls born on this planet preferred the bountifulness of Earth space, as opposed not only to Mars space, but any other space. Who cares what space? Because here's the map. Here's the emotion of position map. There's a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So not only within, but without. In other words, from field to field. And so the difference between the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance is this reality dimension. And it goes through many different dimensions. Which dimension do you want to go to? Because every dimension that you go to is 3 dimensions, and you're not one of those 3 dimensions. So when you go, you're going to another set of 3 dimensions, aren't you? So that's what it is. So it's a 4th dimension, but a 4th dimension relative to 3 other dimensions. No, we never said which dimensions. What we did say is that, hey, we wanted to come to Earth space. That was our preference. And we have the sentimentality for Earth as opposed to Mars. Okay, so this is cool. And we know that we were born using this outer space system. But we were born into the inner space of Earth space. And we used our inner space to get there. And so we manifested on this Earth space into Earth. And we landed here as people. This is just one place in our trip. So it's not just the beginning of the trip, but it's partway through our trip. And is it a round trip, or how many places can we go? And that's a really good question, because until we cross that bridge of peace, we're never going to get anywhere. We have to establish our peaceful emotion of position. Because the only way that we can move is by understanding what we are and what we are not. And what we are not is the result of the manifestation. We are the emission of who we are. And we are the absorption, not only of who we are, but also what we need to continue to be who we are. And so this is where the science, the soul again, because the purpose is for peace. It has to be, because that's the way the universe works. And so as we build, 1 + 1 is more than 2. And is it 9, or is it more than that? You know, who puts the limit on that? And so here we are in the post-December 16th era, post-December 16th of the year 2022, where we can now make some choices and understand how we can go through this transmutation space from this bountiful space. And can we do this gracefully? This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science for calling all Earth space patriots. There's a world peace treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your soul, sign it with your heart. Establish your position, because space has overlapping fields of life with freedom from boundaries or abuse. When you look at the emotion of position map, that is the map of the universal community. There's an earthbound physical and emotional gravitational transformation going on, which will help us with the transmutation that connects us from the transparency point and the manifestation point, and allows us to adapt and become aware of the inner space emotional construct, and connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. And so we see at this point in time, the emotion of position has to adapt with man's morality. Or we could say that man's morality needs to adapt to the emotion of position. Either way, plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson, and I really hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much for participating.
Well, now it's their time to participate, our time to participate. Thank you, Alex. You touched on many, many beautiful points today. So I'd like to open it up. Well, first of all, we want to ask if anyone's here for the first time. I thought I saw a couple of names. Wolf. I think you've been in many other meetings. I don't know if you've been in this one before. Would you tell us where you're from and how, what made you join this meeting today? Or am I not correct? If you can come to your phone, I mean your mic, and if you feel comfortable opening it. If not, that's fine. Okay. Anyone else here for the first time? We usually just ask you to open the mic and tell us where you're from, how you found the meeting, and hear your beautiful voice or the sounds you're making. So let's open this up to everyone. I mean, it's a roundtable discussion, so you're free to open your mics. I've done a bit of talking today, so I'd rather defer to the others and hear if they have any questions. I do have a couple of questions, but I'd rather hear from the others if that's possible. And we're not going to laugh. We're going to learn from you. You can also write your question in the chat if you don't feel comfortable opening your mic. But you're among friends, as Mr. Keshe said, the lady who has found much more enjoyment. Actually, I said this to someone yesterday. They said, how come I don't come around more? And I said, well, because I'm interested in, and they know, they've always asked about Mr. Keshe and things. And I said, well, we can't talk about the things I like to talk about. And one of them said he'd be willing to start learning about the technology. I asked him to join this meeting, but I don't see him here. So it sounds like there's a lot of stealing going on around here, right, Alex? But in reality, the one we steal from the most is our own soul, according to Mr. Keshe. But we also steal from the others as well. But I think if you're stealing from your own soul, you probably can't stop stealing from the others until you get into that position. And again, our closest friend we're stealing from, according to what we've learned in this technology. But when we go into space, and he doesn't want us to be fooled by any magicians we meet, is there some sort of form of stealing going on in space, or is it that you would just comply and maybe give up some of your fields to become part of this magician's outfit? Something along that line. How would we be I remember Mr. Keshe saying in this workshop that they didn't want another prophet. So this is in relation to Naomi. This is why he allowed Giovanni to follow his instructions and do the work, because he said, we don't want to have another prophet here. And so perhaps rebuilding the brain, which has never been done before, would have put Mr. Keshe in a way in a different light if it was shared, you know, in a much larger way. So by putting Giovanni and allowing him, Giovanni to do it, I think it diverted some of the attention away from Mr. Keshe, because he said, we don't need another prophet here. He mentioned that in regards to Linz too. Would it be some sort of center about creating everything and so on and so forth? And I don't think he wants it to turn into a Mecca or any sort of thing like that. But when we go into space, apparently we can be fooled. And this is why he says, I don't want you to meet any magicians and be fooled by them. But they may attempt it. Alex, any thoughts on this? I thought it was a rather safe place in space, but maybe not so.
So based on what we talked about last week, you mentioned space, and space is a generic term, just like a car. So if you say you're driving a car, I cannot envision what you're driving. Okay, because I remember in the cartoons that Fred Flintstone had a car, and I don't think that's the kind of car that you're driving. So we need to be a little bit more specific. And that's why this is, you know, gone on this path to identify the different spaces so that we know exactly which space that we're talking about. So the important thing, the important revelation as far as I'm concerned, is that wherever you go, the laws that created the manifestation of the periodic table of elements is the same. So in other words, hydrogen on Earth would be the same as hydrogen on Mars. But, you know, we have over 100 elements in our periodic table of elements that we know, but that doesn't include all the elements. And, you know, how many is all of the elements? It's like asking, what is the highest number? And so I don't care what number you give, there will always be a higher number. So what it has to do is with field strength and positioning. And so if we look at the basic cups of life, we see that there are 4 components. And when we look at the universal spaceships, space enhancement units, they have over 400 elements. So you can understand the different interaction possibilities and also the varieties. But what you can't do is go and interact with all of the possibilities. Otherwise, you never go anywhere. So really the thing that we have to understand, so when we're talking about the space, what differentiates, say, Jupiter space from Earth space? And so there are characteristics. And one question that we could ask, would all the elements from the periodic table of elements of Earth be on Jupiter? Or if they were on Jupiter, would they be of the same field strength? So in other words, for instance, in our environment, we need about 20% oxygen, just saying, for instance. And it's a key component of our survival here. So if we were to go to another planet, would it have oxygen? Or would it have below the threshold amount that we need to survive in our current condition, in our current manifestation? And so by being able to interact with the soul of the Jupiter space, then we could have a determination as to what's required. And so the first thing we have to understand is our position. And so our position is going to be through a form of attraction. Because if you don't want to go there, you're just not going to go there. So that doesn't matter. But let's say you want to go there, so that's an emotional condition. And so if you want to go there, then you want to go there safely. And that is the condition. But if you go there with the idea to be a ruler or a superior being, the first thing is the universal community will look at your inner space, because that's how they function. And so they will tell the true intent right off the bat. And so it's not a poker game. You don't go there and try and bluff your way. You cannot fake sincerity. But they don't fight. They just leave you alone. And so you could end up in as space, let's say Jupiter space, or an in-between space, because you're not going to arrive at Jupiter space. You're going to be kind of maybe orbiting around Jupiter and never being able to land, and you'll find it's a very lonely experience. But you may run across other, shall we say, beings, and who may be in the same predicament. And the chances of that happening are actually quite high, as we know from our history. And so this is never been considered before, because what has changed on December the 16th is the arrival of visitors from these other spaces, whichever spaces they were. And we're saying, well, where have you been? Why haven't you been able to come here? You know, it's fine to say, well, okay, if you're the, superior being, you prove to me that you're the superior being because I want to see you land on the White House lawn. Well, who are you to demand proof? If you're the inferior one and you treat me as the superior one, then who are you to demand me to prove anything to you? I'm just going to leave you alone and you prove it to yourself. Because that's really the nature of stealing. And when you are used to stealing, you can't even tell the difference when you're stealing from yourself or when you're stealing from someone else. So how do you even know the difference? And so you have to look at how the universal community is operating. And if you see that the universal community is operating with an ethos of giving, unconditional giving, through an energy field known as love, if you're not getting that energy field from whomever you encounter, you know, bang, right off the bat, that you're dealing with somebody who is harvesting. They're harvesting. You have to ask yourself, what are we harvesting? And so this becomes the dilemma. When you look at our humanity and what we are doing here or wherever, regardless of the state of the technology, if we're in the business of harvesting, then not only when we go somewhere are we looking for fresh meat, but we ourselves become the target as fresh meat. And this is the danger. And so the only way that you can operate in safety is to elevate to a higher energy state where this type of conduct is not allowed. And the reason it's not allowed is because that's how the universe has been created. So when we look at our universal community and we see that our position is that tiny little red dot, a little pimple on a pimple on a pimple on a pimple. And we say, well, that's our little tiny perfect universe, isn't it? Well, it's not very perfect, but it sure is tiny. And so, that's the reason why. But it's not just within our domain, which is Earth space, but clearly, as we've seen from our history, that there have been others who have had a little bit higher technologies, but they haven't had the higher morality. So there's that kind of fuzzy area where you can increase your technology and still be delinquent in your ideology. And so we need to transcend that. And so we don't need to just elevate to their level. We need to actually jump over that level to go to a level at which point is a ceiling for them. They have a ceiling, and they will not go through that ceiling, not only because of a so-called lack of knowledge, but a so-called lack of desire. They have no emotional desire to transcend that level, because as soon as they go there, they will have a deficiency on the luge harvesting side. But not only, they will have a reckoning and a judgment, but not from any of us, because you can only have a judgment and reckoning from yourself, because there are no judges in outer space or churches or banks or grocery stores or bowling alleys. So
Right.
this is the difference, and it just becomes a skill. And I think all of us have shared in that skill. When you come to a place and you want to assess the mood of the people there, and you find that, well, I like you and I want to interact with you, and I don't like that person over there, and I'm going to avoid them. And you say, well, wait a second, we're all at this party together. How come you're socializing with some and not from others? Oh, it's just this feeling I get. Oh, really? Do you think this feeling is a manifestation of your emotion of presence? And is it affecting your emotion of position? So yeah, you have the skill, and so we kind of defer this to women. Oh, they have this, feminine intuition. Well, there's a masculine intuition as well. It's just that we suppress it because, well, that would be just using energy from a higher state, and that wouldn't be very masculine, would it? So, this is all what leads to the confusion. So let's eliminate the confusion and understand that the strength of the family comes from the strength of the individuals. That's the inner space strength. Okay,
Yes.
back to you, Mark.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to finishing school when we talks about dining with the creator, the etiquette of space, perhaps. Again, we tell children don't take candy from a stranger. And maybe it could be similar in space, but I think or maybe it's not finishing school, or we'll call it semi-finishing school. As we start to learn how to feed ourselves, give and take, I would think that was automatic, but if there's no energies there, we're going to have an alternative. As he said, you'll be able to tap into this area, or maybe back to your tabletop unit, which reverts back to Lentz about feeding, what to take, how to take it. Okay, I was just kicked out for a moment, or was that what happened there? It had to reconnect. And that
I guess you were changing your positioning.
Something happened there. Alex, do you want to share the screen again? Did the host change at all? That was one of the first times in a long time that's happened. Usually, there you go. We see your screen should be coming up. Sorry about that. We were just talking about dining etiquette. and feeding and all the different understandings we may need. If the energy is not there, we'll have to source it or understand a little bit more. But I think that's what these upcoming, because he said we have to teach you how to feed yourselves. We have to teach you how to travel. So I
So,
think
Mark,
this is part of the etiquette of interacting in space, like a finishing school in a way.
yeah, certainly, certainly. So we started this whole series with terminology. And so one of the victims of terminology, of course, is feeding. And what does it mean? So, you know, automatically we think of lifting our hand to our mouth and carrying something along with it. Piece of cheese, you know, chicken bone, whatever.
Okay, Art has put something into the chat. Can anyone tell what is the similarity between 129 Tesla, October 2014, and December 16th, December 2022? What is the similarity between 129 Tesla and the 16th of December, where we saw the end of the movie first, which is connecting to your creator? Anyone?
I'd like to address that.
Yes, please. Hopefully, Art opens his mic and you can have a conversation about this.
Sure, I hope someone can tell me what they see in the similarity.
So thank you for your question. The the 129 was a demonstration of the power of the plasma field and how it can transcend the various field strengths. And it did that phenomenally. 129 was an extremely high number. I don't believe it has been replicated since by anybody else, but I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that there was a proof of concept. So we had that proof of concept back then, and the difference between then and now is that now we have developed the practical application of that proof of concept. The concept itself has not changed, and the method has not changed. It's just the design has changed and the application has changed. So we have sort of, you know, come to the end of the road when we did the 129 and say, oh, well, that was pretty amazing. And now what? Well, it's taken us all that time for now what? Because what we have been doing is trying to be graceful in allowing people to adapt and incorporate that in the new society and to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. And there has been a universal failure. So the first answer to your question is the difference between that and what we did on December the 16th is no difference at all. The second thing is the understanding of the taking things into account and how many fields do you take into account and the combinations thereof. And so when we're looking at, say, a universal enhancement unit and as with the capability of flying and thinking of that as our own personal sports car. But if we look at the capability of all of us who were born, none of us came here with a sports car, and certainly none of us came here with a rocket. And so all of us came here, and I mean all of us came here. So therefore, scale is what's changed. And so that is a newer technology that came as a result of Tesla 129. So what we're looking at is the next stage in development. And I don't know how many stages of development were in that process, But what we do know is those who are party to that stage of development have not been able to advance. And the reason for it is because they've been looking at the result and not the cause, not the, shall we say, the emotional aspect that originated from that in the first place. You see, the emotional energy is of a higher order of magnitude than the physical energy and is part of the manifestation process. But like the speed of light, we didn't say which emotion either. And so there are different emotions. So generically, just like when we say space, we don't know which space. So when we say emotion, we don't know which emotion either. It's a generic thing. So now we see the emotional position, and this emotional position is what says, well, I want to be here as opposed to being there. And what is that criteria? And how do you determine that? And so you could say, well, you know, I want to be with that person because I have this sexual urge. Or you could say, well, I want to be with that person because that person would be a beautiful partner to be with. And so that becomes the criteria that guides you. And, you know, you are the individual and you get to choose. So we find, like on December the 16th, many who went on that excursion had their own experience, right? They achieved what they could achieve within their own sphere of influence, within their own understanding, but more importantly, within their own openness to the change. Because I can attest personally, it's a traumatic change. It is a very dramatic change, and the consequences can be very harsh. And so this is one of the concerns that we have, this rate of change. How sudden can it be? And what would be the feedback from that sudden change? So we are in a position right now where the three most important factors are now coming into play. When I say the three most important factors, it's an arbitrary choice on my part, and we say transportation, energy, and feeding. And if we don't have to worry about transportation, energy, or feeding, what is that going to do to our physical existence on this planet? And so the answer is it's going to be a traumatic change. And how traumatic is it going to be for certain individuals? But does it have to be traumatic? Well, the thing is, failing to do anything about this situation is already having ramifications, and they definitely are traumatic. So we are at the point here where we continue to have people dying from nefarious means, women put into the sex trade, children being sacrificed, and all the other terrible things that are happening. And it's needless, and it's a violation of universal law. So it's happening, and it has nothing to do with us in terms of causing that problem. We are part of the solution, not part of the problem. And so what we need to do is to shift the blame to those who are not solving the problem and carry on with the solution and not dwell on, you know, who did this and who did that. We need to look at what are we doing to make this universe a better place. And we can do this on a plasmatic basis, and each and every one of us has this power. But it's to understand how to manifest this power in a graceful way. And that's one of the reasons that the foundation is as strong as it is, because it's appealing to the core sentimentality of the human existence, and that goes right to the soul. So it's a great question, and thank you so much.
Ad, did you have a follow-up, or would you like to share your understanding with us, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
in the first place, thanks, Alex, for showing the people the difference between what what I ask and what you answer. I ask about the similarity. You talk about the difference. And the only thing that I heard from you that is similar to it, it's the soul. And also, Mr. Keshe said, what happened in Linz happened before, like the 129, but it happened more times than just these two events. And it is registered all around the earth. And Mr. Keshe is knowing what has been registered, I don't know, geregistreerd is on the earth because of the similar neutrinos that are in existence at that time. And if you can pinpoint the, how do you say that? Oh, difficult to, not the frequency, but the wave control. You are at the level of the soul. That is what happened with the 129.
Were you in that?
It's the same.
Were you in that meeting, Ad? Were you part of that? I thought you had some connection to this 129, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
No, you're right. Sorry. I know what happened at that time. And I think Eric Clausen knows also what happened. And Mr. Keshe also. Really what happened and also afterward. But that's for you to find out. That's why, do you know if anyone can tell the similarity between these two events? And that's the only similarity in these two events is the soul. Just think about it. That's all. I have said enough.
Okay. Very well.
Yes, very well.
You know, we have to learn how to feed. We have to be taught how to feed ourselves. We have to be taught how to travel. And now we have to be also learn how to connect to these not these energy centers, but maybe so, but these knowledge centers in the universe. We don't know how to do that. Could we do that from here, Alex? Would you say, while we're in the matter state, or does that only apply when you're in the energy state?
No, it definitely can be done from this state, and this is the revelation, you see, because we've always had the notion of this inferiority because that's what we were told. But that there is no inferiority and there is no superiority. What there is an advancement. And I have come to believe now that our manifestation in the physicality is an advanced characteristic.
An advanced characteristic?
Yes, a technologically advanced characteristic. But it comes with some different parameters and some deficiencies, in which case it was specifically referred to as a shortage of about 20% on the feeding of energies, which is contributing to the duration of the life and also the existence and the aging and all that other good stuff that goes along with it. So we become accustomed to that because that's all we know. the question becomes, if we know more, would that all change? And you can't know everything. It's like going into the library and saying, you know, until I read every book in the library here, I won't have enough knowledge. But you have to know who the author is, and you know, is that information real? And you know, and so you could spend a whole lifetime reading all the books in the library, and you guarantee you won't succeed. So you have to be discerning, and you have to learn by connection. And so all of us now have access to this technology to learn by connection without knowing. It's through the connection we will achieve the knowing. And that knowing is within us. But you cannot, shall we say, exercise that knowing if you don't have that trust. So if our trust is only limited to what we can touch and what we can feel, then, you know, that's a self-limiting thing. So we need to open up our terms of reference. And so we need to see that there's more that meets the eye than what we think meets the eye. So specifically in referencing Tesla 129, and now I see that ad was there, and so he has additional knowledge that I don't have, but this is what I do know, is that when we looked at the MAGRAV condition, that was the isolated view. But if you look at the expanded view, you see that there were multiple MAGRAVs, and they were all working together. And so you find that if you have one MAGRAV and you want to transcend from one dimension to another dimension, or from one energy state to another energy state, maybe you only make a leap of one order of magnitude. But if you have an interaction of different fields, and each one of them has leapt by an order of magnitude, well, the combination of those may in fact manifest itself, given enough energy absorption, may manifest itself into 4 leaps of orders of magnitude. You see, well, do we stop there? And then if you go beyond that, what happens? What is the next level? And does it have to be at one level? Well, clearly we have come to the point now where we have jumped from the physical state right up to the soul of man state, shall we say, bypassing the soul of the body state. And so is the soul of the body exclusively in its position based on the soul of man? And so the answer is no. Because the soul of man has to interact with the soul of the earth, the soul of the sun, and the soul of the creator, and all the other things.
And now interacting with the tabletop unit. He said, don't look to save energy from them. Look to enlighten your knowledge. And it feeds your soul at the same time. So again, our greed of wanting to save energy, save a few dollars, maybe more, but that's not the real purpose of the head unit and the tabletop unit. It's
no, but it may be.
Yeah.
It may be part of the graceful transition, though.
Oh yeah, we're in this transition period now.
Yeah, but the way what I'm saying, yeah, position of transition, sure. That kind of transition, there can be a harsh transition or a graceful transition, or, you know, some point in between. Okay. We're not going to come in at number 11 on the amplifier, you know, in pure distortion. We've got to come in at number 5, maybe, you know, some kind of happy
Well,
medium.
this is the dining with the creator feature. And we learned some of the finer points. We're not going to take this meeting past midnight. There's about 4 minutes left. I'm going to play Marius's interpretation of the universal body or the flight system. So if, thank you, Alex. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue, but we're only going to, so if someone did have a comment or a question they wanted to share or make, please do it in the next few minutes.
Yes, Mark, I just want to make one comment.
Yes.
What is it that makes us equal to the Creator?
Because you're created out of the fields of his soul. You
Yes,
are
but
him.
what is the Creator doing?
He's everywhere doing
On
everything.
soul level.
He's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not you're thinking physical.
Just my understanding, just the way I'm
Yeah,
seeing it at
the
my position.
Creator is giving unconditionally. That's all he asks from you, to become the same. On soul level, not on physical soul level. That's all. If you want to go to the Creator, give unconditionally on the soul level. That's all.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, it is that unconditional giving, like the sun shines on in all directions, pretty much equally, as I understand it.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to all the participants for allowing me to present today. I hope you enjoyed this session and look forward to another presentation next week. So back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Yes, and hopefully we continue more of these interactions. And thank you, Ad, for coming in and sharing with us. I know sometimes it's not easy, but your English is more than sufficient to make your points and your understanding to convey it. So thank you very much for sharing. Dean?
Mark, hi, thank you. Can I just quickly just put something in there? Maybe Alex might want to comment on it. I don't know.
Okay, we'll go another 5 or 8 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. So my I'm going to sort of formulate a question as it comes to me.
For all of us to think about, directed towards Alex. Is
for
this
everybody.
Okay.
For everybody.
Yep.
For everybody.
Okay.
So when we reach Tesla's 129 and we elevate enough that we create a space gap, we become the energy flow, and we touch. So we the physical, the soul of physicality is now surrounded by the soul. The soul is then in communication with the Creator and everything. And so when this soul then takes another position with inner thought, do the other beings, other souls present, and we talk about taking energies and giving energies and things, and depending where you go, do they take from the soul, or do they see, because it's a soul reversal, it's a flip, is the soul of physicality that's within now, is the bird that is now trapped. Do they see this energy that they require, or is it the energy from the soul? As a thought.
I would think it would be the energies you're giving off that they're allowed to take. They're not allowed to take directly from your soul. They're taking and exchanging. This is what we have to learn. The plasma gives and takes. He said we have to learn about this, but I don't think it's, again, you change the structure. Gravitational minus magnetical gives you a structure, correct?
And correct. So if you're in that position in the blink of an eye, it's zero time communication. You have unconditionally given, as has just been spoken about. Then you in the blink of an eye, in another thought, you could be in another position. So, and in another dimension. There's no time, there's no space, there's no so you could be at any point. So how does this position take place where an energy could be taken from you if within the moment that this source comes to you, you can be in another place.
Well, Mr. Keshe said we can take from his soul as well. So we can't take all of it, he said, but you can take what you need at any time. So maybe it's just not the energies we're giving off, depending on the strength of that soul, I would imagine. I don't know. Anyone else want to comment? Ed, you've opened your mic.
Yes, I'm not certain I totally understand Dean's question, but one thing I do would like to put forth is that it was my impression that yes, there's a soul of man and the soul of physicality, but I've heard Mr. Keshe say they're one. And I think the two souls energetically combine in a way. It's not like two separate entities.
Well, could we ask Moses, Christ, Muhammad, or Buddha to confirm that?
Are you making light?
No, I'm just saying, I think we have to embed it. This is what he was talking about here. You have to, when you elevate that soul, somehow we need to embed that soul of physicality into the soul. He was talking about that in this workshop, but go ahead, Ed, please.
Well, it already is, isn't it?
Like I said, what would Moses say? What would Christ say?
Why is that? I don't understand what
their
Christ
soul
and
of
Moses.
physicality has not reached the combining. They haven't. The lion and the lamb is not sleeping together in the same nest. Their soul is perfect, but the soul of physicality hasn't reached the connection point. Apparently, just thinking.
Oh, you're
understanding.
saying they can't be one because there's a difference between them. Well, no, that is correct. I understand what you're saying now, and I don't pretend to understand the totality of it. But
I don't either.
But the soul of physicality, even though it has its faults and stuff, it's not like a ball that's separate from another ball. The two energies are constantly intertwining, even though they both have their own source. They intermingle, and the faults of the physicality affect the soul, but not causing it to have imperfection. But the whole does not function as a whole as long as there's that discrepancy between the physicality and the soul.
Alex or Dean?
Oh, this is brilliant. There's this conversation with Ed and Ed. We've got two of the vowels taken care of right now. But the point is that we have to enlarge our scheme. So when we take things into account, we can't just take into account me, myself, and I. We have to take into account not only our neighbors, who are they themselves and you, but we have to take into account our environment, and we have to develop our skills as a result of this added knowledge. So we can acquire this added knowledge as soon as we understand, like Ad said, about this unconditional. And this is a very, very important point. Try it on your friends, and you'll see that there's always a condition attached. And don't try it with your family, because they generally, if they don't agree with you, you have to ask yourself, well, what constitutes a family? If I have an awareness and you don't have an awareness, how can you not have an awareness if you're part of my family? So we find that the nature of the family is not what we really think. It's the whole planet is a family, and we're all part of that. And so this is what the leaders have to understand, that they have a responsibility to lead, because the outcome, the shall we say, the benefit to their family is dependent on their actions, and that their family is not prospering and is not peaceful, then that's the mirror, and that mirror is your own self-judgment. And so you understand at that point what your course of action and whether or not it's appropriate or not. And that is the rationalization between your soul and the physical outcome, which has many, many levels of interaction all the way in there. So now we get to pick and choose which level of interaction we want to work with. And is it enough? Well, I don't know. How big is large? Who decides enough is enough? And when is it enough?
Alex,
not
when
now, when?
Alex,
Yes, sir.
can I just quickly say something to you? When I was giving this a little workshop yesterday, when I was delivering the knowledge, and you look into the eyes of the souls that are receiving, you see them reach 129. You see the galaxies in their eyes. You look through them and you see the glisten in their eyes. You see the opening up, the expansion of the soul, the knowledge, the filtration, the field strength. In an instant, you see it. You see the glow of them, and you recognize it. And this is the expansion of the soul. And this is just through, not just through, excuse me. This is through speaking it and delivering the message. And you absolutely see it in their physicality. And then as you look into their eyes, you see behind the eyes, you see the soul, and you sense it, and you feel this field strength between yourself and the other soul as you deliver the message when you're in physicality. And I experienced this yesterday, and it was and I've experienced it many times, and it's a very beautiful thing. Sorry, Alex.
No, it sure is, and you're absolutely correct. And you just cannot lie to yourself. You can pretend that it's at your expense. That's the kind of the rule there. So wonderful conversation. Thank you all so very much. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share the screen. Yes, both souls are fully aware of each other, but they don't have that close working relationship. They're not working together. They're more working independently, as I understand it. Where the soul of physicality during the day, that's his time. And at night, it's the soul of the man's time. But I think we're trying to get this, to clear up this misunderstanding between the two souls and come into a better working relationship. Okay, just a second. Okay, we're going to play the artist's representation of a physical flight system, but again, you can imagine this as the soul of the man traveling instantaneously. I want to thank everyone for their inputs joining today. To the Keshe American Knowledge Team, I just thought we'd flash the background in case someone sees this in the future and they were wondering, where is this coming from, or how do we find more about this? And of course, you can go directly to the Keshe Foundation and enjoy all the knowledge that's been shared over a decade or decade and a half or more by Mr. Keshe with all of us. Anyone else? Yes, Ad. Ad, your mic came open.
Sorry, I just I heard about the conversation between Alex and some things. Remember the Alex speech. One beat is just a beat. It's give off some fields. But if you make a connection between them, like the 6 and the 12 beats behind each other, you can create all kinds of fields, and every beat give to the next one or the previous one. So the energy they give away isn't lost. Just remember the little things like the Alex bead. They do the same with the nano coating. It's not lost when
I think we
you
just
have to
lost
have
your
wait a
voice.
little time, but it will return back.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you all again for bringing the change, and we're all holding a small piece of this very large carpet, as Mr. Keshe often says, and we're bringing the change. And we have a great manager, and he knows the plays and the moves, and we're being taught directly how to operate, how to understand the beauty of our own creation, and tap into the universal a little bit more than we've been doing. And again, it's a process, so it will take time, but we're growing into the knowledge at different speeds, at different understandings, but we're all growing together. So thank you all for being here at the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and we'll end the program right after the final disclaimer. Thank you all again. Thank you, Alex, Dean, everyone who's here, whether you've opened your mic or not, you're still a part of the communication that's going on and adding your fields to the meeting. So thank you very much.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.